గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ అండి. ఒకసారి ఆడియో టెస్ట్ తీసుకోండి ఆల్ ఎన్ఆర్సీస్. సార్ కాకినాడ.
రెస్పాండింగ్ సార్ ఎన్ఆర్సీ కాకినాడ రెస్పాండింగ్ సార్.
ఓకే సార్.
బాగుంది సార్.
బాగుంది సార్, బాగుంది. ఉమెన్ విశాఖ
రెస్పాండింగ్ సార్. గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ మేడం. తణుకు
రెస్పాండింగ్ సార్. గుడ్ మార్నింగ్
సార్. మార్నింగ్. గుంటూరు ఉమెన్. గుంటూరు ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్.
గుంటూరు రెస్పాండింగ్ సార్.
ఓకే సార్. కడప.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్. కడప రెస్పాండింగ్ సార్.
కడప ఓకే సార్. నెల్లూరు. నెల్లూరు ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్.
ఎన్ఆర్సి నెల్లూరు రెస్పాండ్ సార్.
ఓకే సార్.
ఓకే సార్.
అనంతపూర్.
రెస్పాండింగ్ సార్. గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్.
సార్ మార్నింగ్.
వినిపిస్తుంది సార్.
వినిపిస్తుంది సార్.
ఓకే థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
సార్ గుంటూరు ఎన్ఆర్సీ రెస్పాండింగ్ సార్.
సార్ మార్నింగ్ బాగుంది ఆడియో గుంటూరు.
ఓకే సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
Ashwin, sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Andy.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible.
Professor Rajశేఖర్, sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible.
So your voice is also audible, sir.
Okay, Andy.
Check the sharing of this slide, sir. If your presentation is there, or else we will proceed, sir.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. It is visible, sir. It is visible.
Fine, fine.
The guidance and counseling from the last side and it is visible, sir.
Yeah, fine.
Please give us a few minutes, sir. One of the faculty member from NRC will introduce to us. Within few minutes, we will be back, please. Thank you so much, sir. NRC Guntur. NRC
Good morning, sir.
respond.
Good morning, sir. NRC going to responding, sir. Good morning, sir.
Madam, all the faculty members are ready, madam. Can we proceed, madam?
Yes, sir.
Or shall we wait for another 2 to 3 minutes?
Shall we wait for 5 more minutes?
Okay, madam.
Pause.
We'll be ready. I request all the KRPs, please make a note that feedbacks for each and every session by resource person from University of Hyderabad is being sent to your groups. So let's start with all the participants to give the feedback of each session. So each faculty member has to give 11 feedback forms. So please make this. I hope all the participants are ready. Now I request Dr. Padmaja Madam from NRC Guntur to introduce today's resource person, Professor Rajshekar Bellamkonda, the participants. Over to NRC Guntur.
Good morning, sir. My name is Padmaja, and I'm working as a lecturer in biochemistry at Government Degree College for Guntur. On behalf of all the NRCs, I would like to take this opportunity of introducing the resource person for today's session, Professor B. Rajshekar, sir, to all the participants. Professor B. Rajshekar is currently serving as senior professor in the School of Management Studies at the University of Hyderabad. He joined the university in the year 1999 and has been associated with the university till date. And he received his Bachelor of Technology degree in Civil Engineering from Acharya Mangasharam University, and he has 3 master degrees from various universities, and he received 3 doctorate degrees, a PhD in Management from Kakatiya University, a PhD in Psychology from Sri Venkateswara University, and a PhD in Education from Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University. And his research interests include service quality, quantitative techniques, operations management, industrial and organizational psychology, higher education, and research methodology in social sciences. And he guided 21 research scholars for the award of the PhD. And apart from the academics, he served in various administrative positions at the University of Hyderabad, which include Pro Vice Chancellor, Dean of School of Management Studies, Head of the Department of Education and Education Technology, Director of Internal Quality Assurance Cell, and Dean of Student Welfare Registrar, Chief Warden, and many more. And he's a recipient of Academician's Excellence Award for the year 2020. He also served as a member of Telangana State Public Service Commission, and he authored 4 edited several books on consumer protection, supply chain management, and quality management. And with this few lines of introduction, I welcome a resource person to the session. Welcome, sir, and I hand over the session to you. Thank you.
Yeah, very good morning, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Very much.
Yes.
Okay then. So very good morning. Thank you very much for the introduction and the opportunity to interact with several faculty members of Andhra Pradesh. So this is the topic I'm going to interact with you, that is career guidance and counseling. As the madam has introduced me about my academic credentials, I am also a career counselor. running a career counseling column in leading Telugu news daily Enadu. For the last 10 years, I have been running the career counseling column. So we're going, I think, answering various questions of the students and parents about their career. And last 1 year, I have been on sabbatical leave and visiting various colleges to guide the students about their career. So still, my sabbatical leave continues for 3 more months. So I have been visiting various government degree colleges, especially my target is government degree colleges. So I'm visiting government degree colleges, interacting with the students about their career opportunities, and also clarifying their doubts about their career. So I'm also conducting an online survey on career aspirations of undergraduate students of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, and even to compare Telangana and Andhra status with other states. I'm also doing some kind of a cross-sectional study. At the end of the session, I'm going to give you the link of my online survey. So I request, I don't know, I was told about 1,000 faculty members are attending this session. So I request, try to circulate that form, Google form among your students, and in turn, each one of you are able to help me for 2-3 responses. I would like to get huge data so that it will help me in understanding the career aspirations of the students. Right. So then let us start this particular session on career guidance and counseling. I've been doing this kind of a session mostly offline, but now this is a very unique situation. I'm trying to do it online. So this is the topic which I'm going to discuss with you. Yeah. So career guidance and counseling, and my contact number is available on the screen. And my more details about me, you can see from my homepage, that is www.profbrashekar.in. And if you are wanted to reach me, you can reach me through WhatsApp, through my mobile or mail, brsmsuh@gmail.com. More of my research and other things you can find at my homepage. So before I start, just as a disclaimer, the slides presented here are obtained from the authors of the books and from various other contributors. I hereby acknowledge all the contributors for their material and inputs. I have added and modified slides to suit the requirements of the talk. So with this, I would like to start my session. So I would like to ask you one simple question. What is a career? So had it been an offline session, we would have discussed a lot about even the word career, but now it's maybe a little difficult for us to have a discussion online. So just I'm raising this question, what is a career? So career for the student, career for the teacher, and how do we plan our career? So most of us have planned our career, or most of us have unplanned our career, and most of our careers are accidental. Few of our careers are planned. That's what I mean to say. So I think, whoever is sitting here in the audience, I don't think for everybody this is the first choice. For everybody, this is the first choice. No. For a few people, yes, it is a first choice. For many people, it could be a second choice or third choice or fourth choice, whichever it is. So majority of the time, our careers are accidents. Just like that, it happens. And we continue to be there, and some of us will have only one career in life, and most of us will have only one career in life. Some of us will have multiple careers in the life. So now I think when the students, whoever are studying with us, so if they wanted to make their career, so they would like to seek some guidance from the teachers. But how many of us are having awareness about the career? So this is what is the major concern. And also tomorrow somebody comes to us for some kind of a guidance. How are we going to guide them? So in this context, I have been a career counselor for the last 30 years, 30. I've been a career counselor. I've been going to schools, colleges, universities to deliver lectures on career counseling. I do career counseling through newspaper or even offline. There are a lot of people seek my appointment and come and seek their clarifications for seeking their clarifications for their career. So with all that experience, I thought, I thought of training all of you. How do we advise? How do we guide? How do we help our students to make better career? So this is what I would like to discuss with you for next 80 minutes from now onwards. So the career, the dictionary meaning of career is an occupation undertaken for a significant period of a person's life and with opportunities for progress. This is what is called Oxford Dictionary meaning of career. An occupation undertaken for a significant period of a person's life and with opportunities for progress. A student, whoever is pursuing UG in our college, so roughly that fellow is in the age group of 18 to 21. Assuming that, that fellow has come without any break. So 15 10th class, 17 intermediate and plus 3. So 17 to 20, 17 to 21 or 18 to 20, 18 to 21, 18 to 22. Or some students will have a break of 1 or 2 years. So roughly I can say the average of the students who are pursuing their undergraduate education with us varies from 18 to 23. And interestingly, that 18 to 23 is something to do with the gross enrollment ratio. GER, gross enrollment ratio. So that gross enrollment ratio speaks about the percentage of students in the age group of 18 to 23 enrolled in higher education system. In India, as on today, it is around 28%. 28% of the students who are in the age group of 18 to 23 are enrolled in higher education system. So now the government's target is by 2030, that means another 6 years, they would like to make it 50%. See, majority of the developed countries, they have their GER around 70%, 80%, 65%, 90%. But we are struggling at 28%. So 28%, now we would like to make to 50%. But my concern here is with the 28% GER, we find a lot of unemployment. With the 28% GER, we have a lot of unemployment. So tomorrow, if it is going to be 50%, then what would be the situation of employment or unemployment in the state or country? That is one major challenge. And also we are discussing this career guidance and career planning in the light of NEP 2020. So I think, Andhra Pradesh government has started implementing NEP 2020. So in the light of implementation of NEP 2020, so what kind of challenges we do face, especially pertaining to career, or whether this NEP 2020 is going to enhance the career opportunities or narrow down the career opportunity. This is one thing I think we need to understand. So there is no doubt about the enhancement of career opportunities through NEP 2020. But only the concern is what is the kind of a NEP 2020 we are implementing. The problem is that NEP document, whatever is decided by the Ministry of Education or Government of India, is around 66 or 67 pages. Around 67 pages. But each state is customizing NEP implementation to their requirement. So now in this context, if I look at your own Andhra Pradesh state, so NEP 2020 is insisting for flexibility in the academics. So that means, when we look at your education system, so that means the student should be given too much of freedom to choose the subjects, whatever they like. So I wanted to choose maths, physics, Telugu literature, maths, physics, Hindi literature, maths, physics, English literature, or history, economics, mathematics, history, economics, physics, history, economics, chemistry, history, political science, and psychology. I think, any kind of a combination should be permitted, but the kind of understanding what I have about your NEP 2020 is already you have fixed the combinations. Once you have fixed the combinations, student will have a limited liberty to experiment with the curriculum. It's the choice or options. So then also in NEP 2020, there is also a provision for multiple entry
Excuse me, sir. Professor Rajsekhar, sir. Audio is muted, sir, at your end. Please check once.
Am I audible now? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Yes, sir, audible, sir.
Yeah, there is
Presentation.
some there is some interruption due to power failure. Now I have switched over to my laptop from desktop. There should not be any problem now. Yeah, so I'm going to share my screen. Yeah. So meanwhile, we try to understand, this multiple entry and multiple exit. We are now trying to understand, multiple entry and multiple exit. So now we are going to exit the
Excuse me,
students.
sir. Sir, no
First
content
year.
is sharing, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No content is sharing, sir. Please share your content.
Yeah. I'm trying to share. It is taking some time. Then I started discussing.
Okay, sir.
So there is some problem in getting connected to my OneDrive. But anyway, so now let us try to understand, how we can do a kind of a career counseling, and we have a multiple entry and multiple exit, and we have horizontal mobility and vertical mobility, and the students are given the choice to switch over from one particular course to other course. In this particular context, we are now trying to see how we are going to guide the career of the students. Okay. Then the next important thing is when the student has joined a college, what kind of questions the student will have about his or her career. So as a teacher, when you are going to interact with your students, so what kind of you are going to ask? In general, the students have a lot of concern about what kind of PG I should study, what kind of employment I should go, and they also have a lot of doubts about whether can I do masters or can I do maybe masters in the relevant subject or masters in the irrelevant subject. Irrelevant subject in the sense no connection between whatever subject they are studying and whatever they are going to study. So these kind of concerns the students are going to raise, and some of the students would like to go for government jobs. So when they wanted to go for government jobs, they keep on asking about various questions about what kind of career they wanted to make. So in this context, as a teacher, so we need to have awareness about various career opportunities in our discipline. Say, for example, a student who comes with a student who comes with BSc BZC background or BSc MPC background. So then how we are going to advise that student about the career? So this is what is the kind of a concern we have. Okay. So now I would like to share the content. Got it. Screen. So are you able to see the screen now? Yes, no?
Yes,
Are you
sir.
able to see the PowerPoint?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the job of the career is the job or series of jobs that you do during your working life, especially if you continue to get better jobs and earn more money. So today, whether we like it or not, students are interested to get into the job. See, if you ask the students, say that what is the purpose of education? 90%, above 90% or 99% of the students would like to say getting better job. What is better job according to them? Majority of the students are saying better job in terms of more money. The job which gives more money, the job which gives, I think, quick promotions. I think, these are the things, the students are looking for, not only students, even parents. So career is often used to refer to a profession, occupation, trade or vocation. A career could define what you do for a living and range from those that require extensive training and dedication to those who can perform with an education qualification and a willingness to learn. So there, the biggest challenge with today's education system, even NEP 2020 also highlighted the one basic problem with our current education system is number one, it is highly complex education system. Our Indian higher education system is highly complex because it is heterogeneous in terms of variety of institutions and variety of languages, variety of students, and the student aspirations also varies, and the parental aspirations also varies, and we have a lot of division in the country in terms of various states or maybe rural urban divide, affordability, non-affordability, first generation learners, second generation learners, third generation learners, students who are getting into professional courses, who are getting into regular courses, who are getting into private colleges, and also the higher education system is also, we have central universities, state universities, deemed to be universities, private universities, autonomous colleges, affiliated colleges, minority colleges, I think open university, distance education, whatnot. And now I think we have come to a stage of online education, blended teaching learning, open university system. I think that is where I can say our whole higher education system is highly complex. But one thing is very common across all the systems in our India, in Indian higher education, is lack of skills. Majority of the time, we are producing graduates without skill set. So that is where NEP 2020 spoke more about the enhancing the skill set of the students, how to enhance the skill set. And also they spoke something about industry institution interaction. They also spoke about research orientation at undergraduate level, project-based teaching learning, and outcome-based education, OBE, online education, outcome-based education, and also education leading to employment. They also spoke about vocationalization of education. They also spoke about higher education in regional languages. I think these many reforms have come through NEP 2020. And now we are also speaking the career opportunities of our UG students, especially in the light of NEP 2020. That way, the career opportunities, what we are going to discuss now, and what NEP 2020 said, I think these two are going in line with. And if you wanted to implement the NEP 2020 effectively, apart from the logistics and framework, whatever is mentioned by NEP 2020, we should also get into the career guidance and the career planning. Students also are given more choices. When you were the student, I was the student, we had very few opportunities. See, somebody is studied 10th class, then they go to intermediate. After intermediate, they go to graduation. After graduation, they go to B.Ed, or they go to law, they go to post-graduation. I think, or they may go for employment, I think, after graduation. So the options were very limited. But today, in the name of multidisciplinarity, in the name of interdisciplinarity, in the name of the professional courses, in the name of job-oriented courses, then there is a lot of demand for professional courses like management or computer science, MBA or MCA, BCA, BBA. These are the courses are having or journalism, communication. These are the courses are having more and more employment opportunities. Then obviously students are shifting irrespective of whatever degree they studied, whatever stream they have studied. They are writing CAT examination, common admission test, or they are writing ICET examination. They are getting into management or computer science or NIMSET or ICET or NIMSET for computer science exams and computer science courses. They are now making their career either in management or in computer science or IT. In the recent past, we have something called, Industry 4.0. In connection to that, we also have Education 4.0. We are now speaking about the artificial intelligence in education, AI and ML, machine learning. And we have been speaking about blockchain technologies. We have been speaking about artificial intelligence. We have been speaking about machine learning. We have been speaking about data science. We have been speaking about business analytics, data analytics. I think, the subjects we have been adding on everyday basis. But if you look at our board of studies, our curriculum, hardly we update our syllabus. So if you update the syllabus now in the name of NEP 2020, I'm not sure when you are going to update it again. This is the big question mark. Second thing is the curriculum design, whatever we are going to make, majority of the times, we miss outcome-based education, defining the outcomes before we start the course, and also assessing the attainment levels, measuring the performance of outcome-based education, and having the surveys among the students, survey among the industry, survey among the alumni, and try to capture the information about the purpose of education. The purpose of education, because when a student or parent take a decision to admit their child in our college, in our institution, they do come with some expectations. But we are not very sure whether as an institution, we are meeting those expectations or not. So this is what I'm trying to say. And also the lifelong learning is a new concept, I think, and also multiple careers in the life. So this is also another important concept, right? The subject choices are passionate interest, skills, and take time to explore academic major options. This is another important issue. When the student joins a college, what kind of specialization that fellow should choose? What kind of combinations that fellow choose? There are two things. One is they decide the combination and join us. Second thing is after joining us, they choose the combinations. But right now in our system, the student is getting admitted to a particular program with a particular combination. But unfortunately, our admission process is not like a open-ended process where a student can take the admission into undergraduation, and first 6 months, one semester, that fellow is given freedom to study whatever course they like. At the end of the first semester, that fellow can choose the combination of courses which are suitable to him or her. Then also they can seek some kind of an advice and guidance from the faculty, seniors, alumni to make a better combination of courses. But unfortunately, in our system, our students are not given that kind of a freedom to choose the combination of courses after joining. They may be given a freedom to choose an elective in the same subject. For example, somebody is into chemistry, whether organic or inorganic chemistry, physical chemistry. That kind of a choice may be there if at all it is there. Otherwise, hardly. But now I'm speaking about even the combination of subjects. For example, it is psychology, it is literature, it is journalism, it is geography, it is archaeology, it is tourism, it is whatever, whatnot, any kind of a subject. Based on my choice, I should be able to study. See, why should I study MPC always? I should study only M and P, maths and physics, but I like Telugu literature. See, if you look at my own profile, I started my education with engineering, then moved to management, then moved to psychology, then moved to education. But instead of studying one after other, if I like all the 4 subjects, I should be given a kind of an opportunity to study all of them simultaneously. It need not be leading to the degree, but at least to understand the concepts of those subjects, fundamentals of those subjects. So this is where what we are trying to look at is the passionate interest of the individuals, skills, and taking time to explore academic major options. Getting an education is more than getting good grades. I think today we have confined our education to grades and percentages. As parents also, they look at the percentage. As students also, they look at the percentage. That is where this is more of a percentage driven kind of a education. It's more of a percentage driven education, and students also more worried about the grades. But my simple question is there any correlation between the grades what are acquired by the student, the skill set what is there with the student? So that's where I think, are we providing knowledge? Are we providing skill? Are we providing grades? Are we providing certificate? So this is what I think, we need to understand as educators, as a teachers, we need to understand, as educators, we should understand what exactly we are providing to our student. Are we providing knowledge? Are we providing skill? Are we providing experience? Are we providing decision-making skills? Are we providing problem-solving skills? Are we providing analytical skills? What exactly we are providing to our own students? So in this context, getting an education is more than getting good grades. Career experience helps students assess the fit between their interest and skills with potential career. So what exactly we are trying to look at is interest of the student, knowledge of the student, skill of the student, and we are now trying to connect to the career. What could be the potential career of the student, for which we need to align the interest of the student, passion of the student, skill set of the student, education qualification of the student, knowledge of the student, and the employer requirements. Are we going to make some kind of a mapping? But unfortunately, who should do that mapping? Who is making that mapping? But student alone, himself or herself, may not be able to do that. So then the student obviously look for the help of the teacher. But unfortunately, most of us are not trained on career counseling. We don't know how to do career counseling. Majority of us, I think, somebody comes to us and asks about what should I do? Because in one sentence, people say, yeah, you do MSc, that's it. You do MA or you do MCOM. That is one option they give. The second option is, if you are unable to continue your education, go for some government job. I think, up to there, we stop. But there are 101 options to the students, and there is also majority of the time, if you look at majority of the people who are pursuing their career, there is no connection between what they have studied, what they are doing, what they have studied and what they are doing. So this is also very, very important. So now when somebody studied something and they wanted to pursue career in some other area, but today it is possible. The reason is, we have also online courses, we have offline courses, and also one more important thing is UGC also permitted a student to study 2 courses simultaneously, 2 UG courses or 2 PG courses simultaneously, one from regular mode, one from distance mode, or one from online mode, or even 2 regular mode, provided there is no clash of timetable. So morning one college, afternoon one college, a student can study 2 courses. In Telangana, JNTU Hyderabad has started the BTech and BBA combined kind of a program, not combined program, 2 programs. BTech is regular and BBA is online program. Even IIT Madras has started something called BSc Data Science. So there are students, a lot of students who are pursuing their graduation along with the BSc Data Science of IIT Madras. So in this current context, the students are given too much of choice to choose the courses. Students are given the choice of pursuing simultaneously 2 degrees. Then the decision of making a career decision is becoming much more challenging and complex. That is where they need the help of a teacher. In the name of career counselor, you can call whatever it is, mentor, career counselor, but they need our support to solve their career problems. How we can solve their career problems. So career experience helps students assess the fit between their interest and skills with potential careers. The next important thing is we are supposed to guide the students, and career guidance we are supposed to provide. What is the guidance? The guidance is also given as guidance is a process of helping every individual through his own efforts to discover and develop his potentials for his personal happiness and social usefulness. This is the definition given by Ruth Strang. But here, of course, it is little gender bias. They have been mentioning about only his and his, but it could be her also. So guidance is process of helping every individual through his or her own efforts to discover and develop his or her potentialities for his or her personal happiness and social usefulness. So what exactly as a career counselor we should do? We should help the students to discover themselves. That is what is very, very important. And to develop their potentialities. So you are not going to probably saying or giving decision. What we are trying to do is we provide the information to make the student to make a better decision, student to make a better and intelligent decision. So that means, you are training your student to make better decisions. You are not going to give the decision. Remember, any career counselor will not give the kind of a prescription, will not give the decision. Will say there are multiple options and these are the pros and cons of each option, and based on your personality, your assessment, and your understanding, your education, your passion, I think you can probably explore these options, but each option has got its own merit and demerit. Stop there. Let the student make the decision. So what we are with their own efforts, you are only a facilitator, you are only a mentor, you are a counselor, you are not going to the decision maker. Never ever give the decisions to the student. It's only your job is make the student to realize merits and demerits and advantages, disadvantages, pros and cons of each program and each subject, each course, whatever they would like to study. And you give empowerment to the student to make his or her own decision. Own efforts, discover and develop his potentialities or her potentialities for his personal happiness and social usefulness. So at the end of the day, we should be happy with our career. We should be happy with our career. You are happy with your career, I am happy with my career. But some of us are not happy with our careers. So we still continue in the career because there is no option. So in this context, what is happening? We may not be able to do justice if you are not happy with your own career. So learning about the individual student, helping him or her to understand himself, affecting changes in him and in his or her environment, which will help him or her to grow and develop as much as possible. These are the elements of guidance. So when we are going to give the guidance, so we are learning about the individual student, but how much you know about your student? This is one important question. When we are teaching our students, how much you know about your student aspirations? So most majority of the time, what we will do, we will make some assumption about the student aspirations, and we will make some assumption about the student aspirations. And with those assumptions, we would like to go ahead with our delivery of the content. But each student aspirations are different. If 50 students are joining a UG program, so each student is having his or her own aspiration. So not that everybody is joining in our undergraduate program wanted to do MSc or wanted to do MA or wanted to do PhD or wanted to go for government job, wanted to do business. There could be several things. There are some actors, there are some singers, there are some dancers, there are some sports persons. I think you have a class of all varieties of people. So now the individual aspirations are different. When the individual aspirations are different, but you are going to cater the requirements of all the aspirations of the students through a single curriculum, single delivery mechanism. So how are we going to address these many issues? How are you going to design your own teaching, learning practices, methodologies? This is what I think is very important. So finally, the guidance says you are enabling the student to make a better decision. You educate the student to make better decision. So career counseling services, students who request assessments must be a student initiated request. Sometimes a student will come and ask, sir, can you assess me and help me write good for which career. So this is what there are some kind of scales available, psychological scales available. So we need to use those scales to assess the interest of the student and the suitability of the student to a particular career. And it must be a student initiated request. You cannot compel or force students to take that. Then alumni considering a career change or with questions about their present one. Alumni consider, sometimes you are not only concerned with the students who are going doing education with you. Sometimes alumni also can come back and seek their guidance for a kind of a better life. So that you should be able to even help them. Then all questions concerning freshman orientation. Freshman orientation is freshers orientation. The next one is guidance and career is over, guidance is over. Now let us go for counseling. The job or process of listening to someone and giving them advice about their problems. So this is how you are giving them advice. So what are the important skills of a counselor? Counselor is supposed to have lot of patience, lot of listening skills, lot of empathy. As a counselor, we need to empathize with the client, and also we need to listen carefully, and we should have more patience. We should not interrupt, and as a counselor, you speak less and listen more. Let the client try to speak more, explain more, and don't make any assumptions about the client. So individually assess the client on one-on-one basis. Let us not compare one client with other client. So this is what we are trying to do. So we are now trying to advise about their problems. Counseling means professional advice and help given to people with problems. The person assigned with this task of providing guidance is known as a counselor. So the person who is there to give the professional advice and help given to the people. The students come to us with a problem. A fellow may not be able to make a decision. Options may not be able to make a decision about the career. So that fellow will come to us. So that we are now trying to advise and help to the students to resolve their own problems and their own confusions, clear their own confusions. And we are trying to help them. The person who is assigned this task of providing guidance is known as a counselor. The counseling process begins by establishing a friendly relationship between the counselor and the counselee. If you are a counselor, the student is a counselee. So we will need to establish a friendly relationship between counselor and counselee, allowing the counselor to open up his heart and speak about the problems. Allowing the counselor to open up his heart and speak about the problems is currently facing or thinking about it. I think that you should be able to give a kind of provide a kind of environment where the client can openly share his concerns and problems. Counselors not only suggest what all things need to be done, instead they encourage you to talk about your issues in depth so that they can have a clear idea about the problem and the primary cause behind it, followed by laying out a proper plan to help you regain self-esteem. So what exactly we are trying to do in the name of counseling? You are encouraging to talk more about the issues in depth so that the counselor can get an idea. And also the proper plan to help you to regain your self-esteem. Sometimes you lost somewhere, you stuck somewhere, you are depressed, and the student is depressed. Student is not having any idea how to go about. Student is under confusion. So then you are now trying to understand the client and trying to understand the client, trying to speak to the client in detail, trying to explore the possibilities with the client, and also try to see that what would be the pros and cons of each option. So this is where you are going to discuss and facilitate the student to make a better decision. The career counseling services, all students who are unsure of their optional subjects. This is what I have been telling. There are two things, what kind of options they should choose. Say, for example, your institution has a choice-based credit system, but where under the choice-based credit system, a student can choose one course from 20 open electives, 15 open electives, 10 open electives. Then the student is under confusion, will come to you for the kind of a guidance and suggestion. All students who are considering changing their optional subjects. Some students already taken the options. are planning to change their options after attending few sessions, they realize they are not enjoying the course. They realize they're worried that they may not be able to do justice. Then they will come and ask for some kind of a change. Students and alumni who request information about the possibilities of their accumulation. So when you are extending the career counseling services, you are not only taking care of your own students, you are also taking care of alumni about their careers. Students who want or lack direction about their future career. There are some students highly focused. As I told you, I've been doing a career counseling services to extending my career counseling services to government college students, especially undergraduate students. The reason is very simple. The students of this government UG colleges are having some kind of issues with their career. Students who are going to private colleges, they have a lot of focus about their education. People who are getting into engineering after +2, they have already determined their career. But now majority of our UG students, they are in crossroads. Majority of our UG students are there in the crossroads. They are not very sure about in which direction they should be going. So as a counselor, as a teacher, as a mentor, I think we should be able to help the student to understand what kind of area that fellow should choose. I think that's where they are lacking direction, and we are going to help. Then there is one kind of a scale, the career decision efficacy scale, measures an individual's degree of belief that he or she can successfully complete tasks necessary to making career decisions. The career decision efficacy scale measures an individual's degree of belief that he or she can successfully complete tasks necessary to making career decisions. I think this scale is available. So you try to go through the scale. If not even administering the scale, try to take the essence of that particular items which are there in the scale and try to help the students to understand whether they are capable of making their career decisions or not, that they have that potential or not. That I think you are going to advise. Specifying the behavioral domain of interest is the most important part of developing a measure of self-efficacy. See, the problem is, when we are speaking about the indecisiveness, we are speaking about anxiety, we are speaking about tension, we are speaking about fear, we are speaking about confusion. Majority of them are symptoms of lack of self-efficacy. So if you have a self-efficacy, I think majority of these problems, I think you can overcome. So we are now trying to understand the behavioral domain of interest is the most important part of developing a measure of self-efficacy. Okay. Career competencies. Now you can see what are the career competencies. So accurate self-appraisal, gathering occupational information, making plans for the future, problem solving. So now let us take one particular course. It could be BA or it could be BSc, it could be BCom. Now assuming that a first year student comes to you and asking for some kind of a career guidance. If anybody wanted to volunteer and say how you would like to proceed. Any of the participants volunteer to say, take your own course. A student, whoever is from your course, a first year student or second year student is coming to you for some kind of a career decision. Then how do you proceed? He came to you or she came to you for career counseling. Then what exactly you are going to do? Can anybody volunteer? Yes, please. Yes, please. Anybody volunteer? Yes, please. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Sir, we first ask what is the area of his interest, sir.
Okay. You ask what is the area of interest. Okay. Number one. Number two.
Whether you want to pursue the post graduation. If it is
Okay.
post graduation, then which subject you like to go?
Okay.
For example, botany, zoology, or chemistry. So, or else
Okay.
we counsel, we give counseling on other option, that is competitive exams. Like
Okay.
group services or SSC staff selection commission exams, or otherwise UPPSC exams.
Okay.
So these are the first two options we give him. Or else we also suggest him, if he is interested in teaching profession, then you can go for writing the EdSET exams for joining in B.Ed. So usually these are the three options we usually guide him to take any one of the three.
Okay.
That's what, sir, we generally do. I do not know how far I have fulfilled your question.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Fine. Madam, you are right. You are absolutely right. But there are some kind of issues. There are some kind of issues that, for example, somebody comes and say that, I wanted to go for civil services. Somebody says, I wanted to go for competitive exam. Somebody says, I wanted to be a scientist. Somebody says, I wanted to do even PhD. Somebody says, I would like to go abroad. Somebody asks you that, I would like to start my own business. Somebody says, I would like to get into acting. Somebody would like to say, I would like to get into music. I would like to get my career into dance, or I would like to get into NGO. I think, the students, sometimes they will come and say that, they wanted to make a lot of career options. They have a lot of career options, and they read some news item today in a newspaper or in education pages of Enadu or Sakshi education page or Chalu page. They will come and they would like to know from you, Madam, I would like to get into blockchain. But first of all, we should have idea about blockchain. We should have idea about artificial intelligence. We should have idea about machine learning. Irrespective of whatever course you are in, if you would like to be a career counselor, that means, we should also have some idea. The second thing is, when somebody comes to us for career counseling, we try to guide that student only in our discipline. But here, we are also trying to understand the merits and demerits of opportunities and challenges of getting into some other career and some other discipline. So this is where I think, we need to have some kind of an idea about, how exactly we are going to understand the student, how we are going to understand the student. So for which the student says, I wanted to get into civil services. The student is in first year. So how we are going to advise? So then, you need to have the whole understanding of UPSC exam. What is the preliminary exam? What is the content of preliminary exam? What is mains? What is one elective? What is CSAT? And what is the mode of main exam? How the people are shortlisted for mains? Then what are the papers in the mains, including general essay, general studies, and also optional subjects, followed by interview, how the interview is conducted. Usually people are taking how much time to complete civil services? What is the average success rate? What is the success rate? What is the average duration in which people are getting into civil services? What is the competition? And what kind of finances are required for the student to get into that? Is there any government provision to provide some coaching like study circle coaching? And what is the reliability of that coaching institution? We need to also identify some kind of agencies which are providing some scholarships to the students for preparing for civil services exam. What kind of institutions are there? So all this information we should have beforehand when a student is asking about something. I'm just I have given an example of civil services. The same is the case with, somebody says, I wanted to get into pharma company. Then we need to also discuss about, for example, a student who completes BSc chemistry would like to get into pharma company. So we need to also know how this pharma company works, what kind of nature of jobs are available in the pharma company, what would be the timings of pharma company, how many hours they should work for, and what is the salary they are going to get. What is the salary they are going to get after joining the particular program? What are the promotion opportunities they have? And if somebody wanted to move that from that job to some other job, or wanted to, while working in a pharma company, they would like to get into competitive examinations. Do they have enough time to prepare for competitive examinations? So all these questions, I think, we need to discuss with the students. That means, a student comes to us for a particular career decision, you should be able to gather information about various careers of various career options and career prospects and entry barriers, competition, and the salaries, employment opportunities, salaries, and we need to have a full idea. If not for that day, when the student comes to you and in the preliminary interaction, the student is raising some questions. Take 3 days time, take 4 days time, then ask the student to come back again. Meanwhile, you do some homework. And with that homework, you can again guide the student. But majority of the time, we try to guide the students with very limited knowledge or limited information, because we know very few options. Those few options only we try to advise, but the students are sometimes having better idea, or sometimes we should also know what are the various websites which are going to provide career guidance. That could be one kind of a possible option, but that should be a reliable website. If not, it's not a reliable website, there is a problem. And also you should educate your student when the student is exploring the possibility of getting into multiple kind of websites. That person should be able to judge the reliability and the credibility of the website, so that we should be able to provide that kind of information to the student, that what kind of techniques and measures that fellow should take care about the particular concept. How do we evaluate the reliability of the website, reliability of the information provided in the website? I think this is another important issue. And suddenly some student says, I am in first year of my graduation, I would like to go abroad for my post-graduation. Then we should have in post-graduation also, again, the entry requirements for Australia is different from New Zealand. New Zealand is different from Canada. Canada to US to UK, or UK to some European countries are having their own kind of issues. So then, we should be able to have some idea about then whether it is 10 plus 2 plus 3, 10 plus 2 plus 4, I think 10-year 10th class, intermediate 2 years, and graduation 4 years. Some universities ask for 4 years, some universities ask for 3 years, 3 years also fine with them. And some European universities give 1 year PG, and American universities are giving 1 year PG, 1.5 year PG, 2 years PG. And also after joining the program, it is possible to shift from one university to other university, one course to other course, and also you should know what are the visa requirements and what kind of examinations they should have, whether it is IELTS is required, TOEFL is required, GRE is required, subject to GRE is required. I think all these kind of inputs we should be able to have. And fellowships and government fellowships, especially the students who are pursuing their education with us, they may not be having a lot of money to go abroad. I think we should be able to tell that the government schemes and what are the eligibility criteria. So because you go to the website of Ministry for Social Justice or Social Welfare or Government of India or Government of Andhra Pradesh, you go to the website and you see the kind of information about the financial assistance to the poor and socially economically disadvantaged students to go abroad and study there. You should be able to have some kind of information about it. You should know what is GRE, what is TOEFL, what is IELTS, and what is the Pearson test for English proficiency, and also what is this, how do we identify good international university. Then you should know Times Higher Education ranking, you should know QS ranking, you should know Times Higher Education ranking, and also you should know the top university ranking. I think there are several kinds of rankings, even QS ranking also, overall world QS ranking, Asia QS ranking. So we need to even look at them and see that, what kind of information we can provide them. So what I'm trying to tell you, if you wanted to counsel a particular student for a particular concern, I think you need to have a lot of domain knowledge. We need to accumulate that knowledge, not immediately over a period of time. I think if somebody will come to you and you may not have this kind of information. See, majority of the things what now I am saying to you, I am saying extempore, nothing I'm seeing. Just like that, I'm sharing my knowledge, because day in, day out, I have been doing a lot of research on this kind of problems. So that is where, when somebody asks me a problem, then quickly I should be able to tell. Sometimes we should also have idea about the regulatory agencies. See, somebody will come and say, sir, madam, I wanted to do AGBSc in so and so college. First of all, when somebody wanted to go for AGBSc, we should also ask for, there is a recognition of ICAR, Indian Council for Agricultural Research. If it is nursing course, Indian Nursing Council. It's a law course, Bar Council. It is engineering or management, it is AICT approval. I think, we should also know what kind of a pharmacy course, Pharmacy Council, Architecture Council. I like that, we have various councils, Teacher Education, NCTE, National Council for Teacher Education. So I think we should be able to know all these regulatory agencies, and we need to inform the student that, how you can go ahead with that kind of options. The next thing is a student of BSc MPC will come to you and say, madam, I'm doing BSc MPC, but my desire is to do BTech, but I could not get BTech seat, or I'm unable to spend that kind of a fee, but still I wanted to do engineering. Then what do you suggest? So one kind of option is after BSc, one can go for MCA, one can go for MCA, one can go for MSc. Then after MSc, they can write GATE examination, they can do MTech. After doing MTech, they can get into engineer job. The second kind of option is, while pursuing their BTech, BSc, they can also simultaneously enroll for AMIE, Associate Member of Institute of Engineers, AMIE. So they can simultaneously complete that AMIE, that is Section 1, Section 2, like our CA program, or IETE, Industrial Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering. So IETE. So this kind of courses, without even going to college, simply you just read and like CA course, you complete and you do some apprenticeship, and the degree is equivalent to BTech. So as a career counselor, you should have idea about AMIE, you should have idea about IETE, and somebody will ask, can I do my engineering through distance education? But you should also know the time to time latest guidelines of Government of India. They say no engineering course to be offered through open education, open university system, or distance education system. This is the rule. So then also we should know the difference between UGC and AICTE, because AICTE approval is needed for affiliated colleges and autonomous colleges, but whereas universities need not take AICTE approval. So that is where, somebody is pursuing university, even they don't have AICTE approval, it is fine. But when somebody wanted to go for a private institution, AICTE approval is mandatory. So this is how I think, you are going to tell the student about how do we choose the various kinds of courses or subjects combinations for which, as a career counselor, you should have full information about various professions. So the next important question is, from where I get this input? As a career counselor, from where I get this input? Number one, through websites. Number two, through newspapers. Number three, tender understanding about job market, employment market, education, higher education system. That is number three. And also interaction with alumni, your own alumni, when they are working in various kinds of fields. So when they come to you, you try to ask them some questions about, how is their job, how was the entry, and if somebody wanted to enter now, what is the procedure to be followed, what kind of domain knowledge they are looking at, what kind of application they are looking at, what are their expectations of the industry. So you call employer, you call alumni, or you just go through the newspapers, go through the internet, I think whatnot. All possibilities, you can explore, and at the end of the day, you should get the required information. Once you get that information, then you are empowered. Once you are empowered, you can make your student empowered. So this is what I think, we should understand. So try to have thorough knowledge about as many as professions are concerned, as many as disciplines are concerned. Sometimes the multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, for your subject, you are a chemistry student, your student is a chemist from chemistry, and now multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary, now you would like to tell the student about, the relevant subjects, also you should know something about it. So this is how the whole career counseling goes, and it takes, 2-3 hours. A student comes to you for a career advice. Sometimes it takes 1 hour, sometimes it takes half an hour, sometimes it takes 1.5 hours, sometimes it takes 2 hours. And also one more possibility what we can do as a college, you identify different careers. So you invite different professionals to your college and let them share. I think, every 1 week you invite one expert. That person can be a lawyer, that person can be a judge, that person can be a reporter, that person can be a pharmacist, that person can be a doctor, police constable, or maybe nurse, staff nurse, doctor, engineer, lawyer, tourism expert, tourist guide. I think, singer, dancer, actor. You choose any of these professions, a photographer, a professional photographer, professional musician. Somebody went abroad and studied something and just now doing something, some NGO, and some municipal officer, some municipal commissioner, some regional transport officer, some deputy collector, some tahsildar, some revenue inspector. You have so many professions around you, some scientists from CCMB, IACT, or some professors from central universities, from foreign professors. If you have some kind of a contacts, when that person comes to his own native place or maybe native state, you try to capture them. And scientists, some manager in a company, a librarian can come. So this is how we should be able to guide. We should be able to guide our kind of a students. One is you learn. Second one is you invite those experts. And when the expert is interacting with the students, you sit down and you can make your own notes. And with these notes and some internet sources, you can modify the note. So then you would be expert of multiple. 1 year, if you sit like that, next year onwards, you would be almost giving them, I think, the proper kind of an advice as far as career guidance is concerned. I think this is all about, career guidance, how you can do when somebody comes for career guidance, how you are going to help. And sometimes you need to assess their competencies. Sometimes you need to assess their skill. Sometimes you need to assess their competencies. Sometimes you need to assess their motivation. Sometimes you need to look at the socio-economic conditions of the student, social background, economical background, culture. Sometimes, this information is also needed. What are their parents? How much they can support? How long they can support? How are their siblings? How many siblings are there? What are they studying? I think, we need to capture that kind of information to probably help the student in a better manner. Sometimes, the larger family, smaller family, with reservation, without reservation, financially comfortable, financially not comfortable. All these points we need to capture, and this information would be useful for the student to make a better decision. So you try to understand the student first in terms of his profile, learning profile, academic profile, social profile. Because social profile, we are no more interested to know the actual subcaste of the individual, but some reservation is there, some age relaxation is possible. And this kind of things, for example, somebody wanted to write group 1 exam, APPSC group 1 exam. So then you should have idea about what is the eligibility criteria, what is the percentage of marks required, what is the something called age limit for that, and what is the relaxation for each social category. What is the cutoff mark last year? What is the cutoff mark last year, before last year? And how many marks you are supposed to expect to clear your prelims. So all this information, you keep on capturing, but unfortunately, majority of them will not concentrate on this kind of things. So for me, my appeal is, if not every faculty member, at least one faculty member from each college, try to capture this information, and you be on voluntary basis, you be the career counselor and start guiding the students so that majority of the students can have a better career. This is what I wanted to strongly convey to all of you. Otherwise, in the market, there are not many professional counselors, number one. Number two, majority of them are commercial. Majority of them are exploiting the students when they go, and they are having a hidden agenda of promoting a college, promoting a course, and they misguide you. So teachers are the best judges. So very recently, in our University of Hyderabad, I'm conducting NET classes, UGC NET paper 1 classes. I'm doing for the last 25 years. So in this 25 years, thousands of students from University of Hyderabad were able to clear their JRF and NET because our students are good at paper 2, but paper 1 they have a problem. So for the last 25 years, yearly twice I have been doing this NET paper 1 coaching. So recently a student came to me and said, sir, I am doing my MA history in final year and I am a first generation learner. My both parents are some construction laborers, and I have one more brother. That brother is also doing PG, but now I am in MA history final year. but I wanted to make a quick career. But I am not sure how do I make my career. What are the career options with history? Or this is okay to continue my education. Is there any possibility to switch over to other career? Because I am the elder son in my family. I am supposed to take care of my family because I'm supposed to take care of my family, my old parents, my brother. So this is how the student came to me. Now I think I'll give you this case study to you. If that student comes to you, a student pursuing MA History final year at University of Hyderabad, and he's a first generation learner, belongs to OBC category. So now how do you advise that particular student? If a student comes with that kind of a question, then how do you advise? So one option is asking the student to do a PhD in education, history. But one option is, had it been a live session, I would have done a lot of exercises. But since it is not possible, but definitely I am available for this kind of career counseling lectures at your college, or even some group of faculty of a particular town, some 100 faculty, 50 faculty. If you want a kind of a day-long workshop on career guidance, I am willing to extend my services. But when that history student came to me, then I was exploring the possibilities. So whether he likes history or not, whether he likes history, but he wanted to make career in the history. But my simple question is, what are the career opportunities after doing his MA history subject? Because once you do MA history, then you have to go to college and teach MA history students. But unfortunately, majority of the colleges are not having history program. Even history program is there are not many takers. Then if you wanted to do PhD in the history, it will take another 5 years. Then whether you get fellowship or you need to support your own. The third thing is after PhD, again, if you wanted to get into university job, there is a huge competition. Hardly there are positions, but there is huge competition. Then what we can do? We can probably advise him to go for B.Ed first. Let him do B.Ed. Then qualify TET exam. Then that fellow can do SGT, government jobs, government schools, or go for Navodaya school teachers, KV school teachers, or even central government. Lot of schools are there. They can do that. While doing his teaching job, further he can try to enhance his knowledge and write civil services. Maybe if he is interested, maybe writing groups, or maybe writing NET and SET, or qualifying NET and SET, and looking for possibility to move to a degree college as a lecturer. I think these are one way of doing it. The second time, this is one, if the person wanted to continue in history, that is one option, or doing B.Ed and diversifying, the second option. The third option is I was exploring, are you interested in journalism? Are you interested in literature? If you are interested in journalism, why can't you do journalism? 1 year journalism or 2 year journalism program, then you can be a freelancer and you have a lot of opportunities provided you know journalism. Or if you are interested in social service, go for some kind of NGOs and try to work there. Or if you are interested in management, write CAT exam and write CAT and get the score and apply to some good business school. And you can just do your 2 years MBA. Of course, you think that it's a waste of time because already you have done 1 PG. But with that 1 PG, when you are unable to get your employment, you do your second PG in MBA. Then you may get a campus recruit. So this is how I think But finally, what happened is after everything is over, now I can reveal that boy has appeared for the CAT exam and he got some CAT percentile. Then he is applying for various business schools. He's going for GDPA and group discussion, personal interview. And if he makes it, that boy is going to join MBA. And also I can give you another case study. In 2008, there was one student in our own university, did his MA in history, MPhil in history, and he got a seat in PhD history. But that boy was little pessimistic about his future because he has been seeing a lot of his seniors in the department who have done their PhD but struggling to get the job. So then that boy came to me and requested, sir, can you advise me what do I do? Incidentally, that particular year, our University of Hyderabad and my own School of Management Studies started MBA in Healthcare and Hospital Management. I asked him to explore that possibility. He appeared for the exam, completed GDPA, and he got the seat. After MBA, he said he is interested in teaching. He has done MA History, MPhil History, then MBA Healthcare and Hospital Management, then qualified JRF, then joined for PhD under me. He completed his PhD in management, in healthcare management, went abroad. 8 years he worked in abroad. Right now he is in a private university as a dean. He's working in a business school. But this is one kind of a total changeover from his history to management domain. And now today he's very comfortable. He's associate dean and he's a professor, associate dean, working in a private university. So this is one kind of an example I can give you. So one option is getting into education. So I know one student who has done his MA, some social science subject and the MPhil social science subject, and he wanted to make his career. He approached me, then I asked him to go for his B.Ed. He did his B.Ed, then he was fighting for jobs. He was unable to get jobs with the B.Ed qualification because the DSC was not there. When he was going to private schools, they were giving less salary. With some kind of a reference, I suggested him to go to Navodaya schools. He worked in Navodaya schools for 5-6 years. And he worked in other states other than Telugu states. He improved his communication. Now today, he is working as a teacher in the model school in Telangana. And for the last 5-6 years, he has been working and he's taking care of his whole family. So there are several case studies I can mention in my entire career. Several people there are some people who continued in the same line, some people who migrated to associated subjects, some people who have gone for totally a different kind of a subject and made their career. But one important issue, whoever may be coming for counseling, I think we need to insist about skill. Skill is more important, I think, rather than the knowledge. Knowledge is important, there's no doubt about it, but we need to also emphasize skill is more important for you. That skill could be decision-making skill, problem-solving skill, analytical skills, or decision-making skills. You know, what kind of skill, computer skill, IT skill, are able to read, able to write, able to communicate. I think, that is very, very important. I think, you should be able to emphasize on that and also give them some kind of a tips to enhance their communication. So how they can enhance their communication. So this is one important thing we need to keep in mind. And also the second the kind of thing is, now today the central universities entrance examinations. Once upon a time, each central university used to have their own entrance exam. But of late, Central University Common Entrance Test, CUPG set, this is being conducted by NTA, National Testing Agency. So what I suggest is, as a teachers, you should coach your students to get into that Central University PG set. So that, the student need not be looking at only Andhra University, SV University, Nanda University, Vikramasinghapur University, Yogi Vemana University, Prakasham University, or Dravidian University, Rayalaseema University. I think majority of the time, our students are making their academic choices among the universities of Andhra Pradesh. But I think, we need to change this kind of a thinking. Expect our students to go to Jammu Central University, Srinagar, Kashmir Central University, Rajasthan Central University, Jharkhand Central University, Northeastern Hill University. I think, the student should be able to move on from their current place. Once the student is at the current place and pursuing the education in the current place, his concentration on academics is always a question mark. Number two, the regularity to the class is also always a problem. Absenteeism is more. The third important thing is the student may not be able to acquire the communication skills, language skills, especially when the student is, I think, working in studying in the same place. I think hardly they can get an opportunity to speak in English. But one more advantage we have is this NTA, National Testing Agency. They are conducting the NTA exam in 13 Indian languages. Even a student is from Telugu medium, they can write examination in Telugu medium, the entrance exam in Telugu medium. So CU set, Central University Common Entrance Test for UG and for PG. For these two, we have this option of writing the entrance examination in 13 Indian languages. So then I think the student can improve. So I always see, so how many of your students are getting into higher education? Number one. Number two, how many of your students are getting into the national level institutions, the central institutions, or how many of your students are going to IITs, lateral entry, 4th year lateral entry program. After 3 years of your degree, then they can go to 4th year of IIT. So these are the kind of combinations we can explore. And also the multidisciplinary courses. I think, the students also should be exposed to many multidisciplinary courses, and they should have the broader understanding about other subjects too. Sometimes, there is allied subjects, the career options are there in some area, career options are less in some area. So they should also quickly move from one subject to other subject. Also, they can supplement their domain knowledge with the help of online learning. Online learning, for which it could be MOOCs. I think, you can suggest some of the MOOCs. You can suggest Coursera, edX, Udemy, NPTEL, Swayam. I think, there are a lot more options. And also the government of India and the UGC are saying that, up to 40% of your content can be online. When the 40% of the content is going to be online, I think we should be able to take the advantage, even independent of those credits are going to be counted or not for awarding the degree. But you tell the students that, let them take as many courses as possible online, so that, that will help them in getting a better employment. And as I was speaking about communication skills, the next important skill we need to tell them is IT skill. That is very, very important. See, I think, independent of any graduation, what you are doing, the student should be able to handle MS Office, like MS Word and MS PowerPoint, and more than anything, MS Excel. I think the computing skills, the computational skills are more important. The student should be able to do the lot of computations by using MS Excel. So give them some training on MS Excel, or ask the students to learn MS Excel, so that, their employability is very high. The next important thing is the 4 years UG program. 4 years UG program, I think now you are going to have 4 years honors program. Then final year is going to be a research degree. And we need to have a target that, every student, whoever is doing that 4 years honors research degree, should be able to have one Scopus publication. So as a supervisor, you will also have advantage of taking the credit for that. So you can also have that paper. So you try to guide. I think, in future, the post-graduation is going to be relevant. After 4 years of UG program, I think people can get into their PhD also. They can write their NET exams also. They can write their NET exam. They can do their PhD. So in this context, we are now trying to help. So we are trying to help the students that to make their better career. So computational skills, number 1, communication skills, number 2, problem solving skills, number 3, decision making skills, number 4, leadership skills, number 5, team working skills, number 6, networking skills. I think that is also equally important. And also the students also should be advised to prepare for their public service commission exams or banking examinations from year 1, from semester 1. And also, if possible, under choice-based credit system, you can offer some courses. You can offer some courses on general studies, mental ability, reasoning, quantitative aptitude, English language proficiency. Though they are not part of your curriculum, but students require these inputs. Today, the biggest problem is the student is studying BSc, MPC, BA, history, economics, political science. But tomorrow, when they go for a competitive examinations, their competitive examination syllabus is mostly on current affairs, general knowledge, general studies, and quantitative aptitude, mental ability, reasoning, logic, data interpretation, data analysis, and English comprehension, and Telugu, also sometimes essay writing or letter writing. This is the content for their competitive examination, whether it is group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4. But only in civils and group 1, where there is optional, I think, the course what they study, which is useful. But majority of the students who studies BSc, MPC or MSc Maths, Physics, Chemistry, MSc Botany, Zoology, they are not choosing those courses as optionals. Again, those students also coming and choosing options of anthropology, sociology, political science, public administration, Telugu literature, management, psychology, geography. So the whole point is, the student also should be given some kind of a orientation about what is happening around us. So then, as a career counselor, so even today, I watch a lot of YouTube videos and I try to follow the success stories of a lot of civil service rankers, IFS, IAS rankers, IAS rankers, GATE rankers, Group 1 rankers, and so on. Also invite some of the Group 1 toppers, civils rankers to your college and let them inspire your students. Let them inspire our students. So from our own school, 2008-10, there was a student in healthcare and hospital management program by name Rani Susmita. So she is the topper of 2022 Group 1 of Andhra Pradesh. Now today she is working as RDO in Kalyanadurga, Antapur district, and she is our own student. So what immediately we did once she got her top rank, immediately when we have the new student induction program, we have invited that girl as a chief guest of the function, and she came and spent some 2 hours time with our students, and she inspired a lot of students. I think you try to find such kind of opportunities and try to find some network and try to watch some YouTube videos and try to see their journey, their biographies, their journey, their interactions, their interviews in the newspaper, and capture the information. And tomorrow when you are able to see, today now I am able to speak these many things, it is mostly because of simultaneously I am acquiring a lot of information through newspapers, interactions, and YouTube videos about how this career competitions are, and how difficult or how easy it is, how complex it is, the whole process of getting a government job, and how to face interviews, and what are the various kinds of skill sets required. All these things, I think, we need to help our students. Okay. So I think, it is 11:28 now. I need to stop here. So I just to show you one last slide. This is very famous quote I always say. When I told my father I was going to be an actor, he said, fine, but study welding just in case. So always we should have plan B. When you are going for a career planning, we should always have a plan B. So when plan A doesn't work, we should have a plan B. And of course, it is like a big ocean, and there's a lot of research is happening in career guidance area, career counseling area. A lot of research papers are available. So you can get the access to those kind of papers, and you try to follow what exactly we can do, how we can help the students for their better career. So this is what I think I wanted to tell you. But I've been doing this program for offline. That offline is more effective. Offline is more effective. But still, I thought of doing whatever best I can do through online. I thought of just empowering you, motivating you, inspiring you, and giving you some kind of a confidence that you can do a better counseling to your students, because at the end of the day, we should make our students empowered. And the purpose of education is empowering the student and making them more literate, more educated, more independent. And we should facilitate our students to make their decisions. And this is my YouTube. I think if you go to the chart, I think the Google form link is available here. HTTPS, my docs is there. If I click this, so I'm able to open so this is how I think. Again, I need to share my screen. I'll show you screen. Yes. So are you able to see this now? Study on career aspirations.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is my Google sheet, Google form. This Google form, I think the link I have shared with you. So I think, I don't know how many are there, but you try to help me. Anyway, this is only a kind of a independent project. I'm saying it is not financed, not sponsored by any agency. Out of my interest, I would like to conduct some cross-sectional survey. I think, I'm more interested in students, especially rural areas, how they are, because they are not having any guidance, and I wanted to capture their career aspirations. And of course, you just whatever number you are, at least you help me providing at least 5 responses. Each one of you provides some 5 responses. I get a huge responses, so that it will help me to do a better career counseling. It helps me to train people like you in the better manner, and maybe I can write better. I can give better suggestions to the students, and when I go to a college to deliver a career counseling lecture, so when I know the aspirations, I can connect more. So I hope you understand the kind of a requirement. And please, and of course, my contact details and everything I have mentioned there. But still, I am writing my mobile number here, 9866699983. This is my mobile number, 9866699983. My mobile number. My email ID, brsmsuh@gmail.com. So this I have mentioned here. And also my homepage. You can reach here. If some of you are from commerce, management, education, psychology, if you would like to have some kind of idea about research problems, I try to help you, guide you. And also, I'm also into research methodology. I think majority of you must have attended my sessions here and there. So research methodology is my other specialized area. So if possible, whenever I visit your college, I don't mind spending some time with all the teachers and students about research also, because all of you are going to guide your dissertations for your 4 years UG program. I think to build your capacities in research, definitely I'm available. Thank you very much. So if you have any questions, please think, you ask me or you type in the chat box. Otherwise, you can reach me on my mobile, my WhatsApp, anything. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I wish you all the best. Looking forward to meet you again and again, either offline or online, preferably offline. Thank you very much. And I request once again to probably help me in getting some data from your students. Thank you. It is only government degree colleges, first year, second year, third year students. That's it. Only government degree colleges, first and second and third year students. I think ask them to do that. Thank you very much. I'll stop here. Please, organizers can take over. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request NRC Women Guntur propose vote of thanks. Over to NRC Guntur.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
This is Dr. K. Sudhakar from NRC Gunturu. So, sir, first of all, I'm very much connected to one line from your lecture, that is, we need to understand the students from their own way. There is a famous quote in Telugu, that is, ఎవరి నా దారే కానీ ఎవరిని అడిగినా తన దారినే వాళ్ళు చూపిస్తారు. చిలుక తను నేర్చిన పలుకులే చెప్పగలదు కానీ మన భవిష్యత్తును సూచించగలదా అని ఒక కొటేషన్ ఉంటుంది సార్ తెలుగులో. ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్, మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద teaching faculty, we are try to inculcate our own way to the students. So, but you said in your lecture, we need to understand the student in their own way, and then we need to guide them in such a way. So that lines are very impressive, and I'm very much connected to those lines. And one more thing is, skill is equally important to the knowledge. That is also very important nowadays. So these are the very impressive lines, sir. I'm very much attracted. And finally, on behalf of all NRCs and all the participants of this training program, I would like to express a very sincere thanks to you, sir, on the extensive lecture on career guidance and counseling. So thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you and all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
See you again.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. All the best. Thank you. So I'm leaving now. Can I?
Yes, sir.
Can
You
I
can
leave the
sign up.
meeting?
You can sign up.
Can I leave the meeting?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can sign up, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. All the best.
Sir. Good afternoon, sir. Very good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. We will be back in 5 minutes, sir.
Sure, no problem.
You can check the presentation. I will be there, sir, to assist you.
Sure, yeah. So there will be a 5 minutes break. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So
Please check, sir.
yeah, I'm sharing my slides. Yeah.
You can share. We will check. Yes, sir. It is sharing.
You can see the screen, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Take
Great.
some.
Yeah.
Take some time. Still it is. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I think that's
It is visible.
okay. Great, Andy. So whenever you are ready, you can just tell me. I'll start. Okay.
I give it around 5 minutes. Around 5 minutes, after it starts.
Sure.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Dr. Sir. Sorry, the start for that. Sir, you can interact with us. Sir, I'm continuing for sir. Is OSD at the Office of Commissioner of Quality Education.
Sir, good morning and welcome, sir.
Hello, sir. Thank you. How are you?
Morning and fine, sir. Fine. Thank you very much for joining us.
Not a problem.
Sir, I request
So
all the
we'll,
principals. Sir, please. I request all the principals to please organize valedictory at your end and also distribute the certificates. I already shared the template of the certificate also. So first of all, I would like to congratulate all the resource persons, the KRPs, for organizing very well and also coordinating with external resource persons from University of Hyderabad. And once again, I request all the participants, both KRPs and the participants TOTs, to please submit your proposal for this research projects so that we can go through it, and some of the project may likely to get up to 5 lakhs of rupees, so that in further course of the time can also apply for the DBT and DST and other agencies. I also congratulate all the program coordinators, especially participants. For the 5 days, you took a lot of pain for attending all this, and kindly, my request is kindly share the same what you call enthusiasm to your students as well, and also kindly share the YouTube links. These are available with you to all your students, because these are high quality lectures by professors of University of Hyderabad. It is an institution of eminence, so that all the students may get benefit of it, and you also motivate them to join in University of Hyderabad and JNU and Watch University for PG also through PG set. Thank you, sir. Now over to NRC Kakinada, please.
Good afternoon, sir. I would like to invite one of the ARVs, Dr. B. Nageshwari Madam, to introduce this session in person. Dr. Prasad Damayan sir to the participants. Over to Nageshwari Madam.
Good morning, Prasad sir. Good morning, everyone else. So today now, our speaker is Prasad Damayan, Assistant Professor in the Department of Animal Biology and Physiology. A very introduction about sir now. Sir has completed his NSc at History University, Tirupati, and then pursued his PhD at HC with the support of CSIR Fellowship, and worked on function and mechanism of staffing transport to mitochondria. He then pursued his postdoctoral research at Rutgers University, USA, and worked on Alzheimer's disease using transgenic mouse models. He then moved to MIT USA as a Vivover Research Fellow and investigated the mechanism of neurodevelopment and neuropsychiatric disorders. And his awards include Came from Young Scientist Award, then Outstanding Postdoctoral Research Award from Rutgers University, USA, and then Young Scientist Award at International Symposium on Mitochondria, Cell Death, and Human Diseases. He also received funds from DBT Development Trust, India Alliance. And at present, he and his team is working on mechanisms of benefit transfer in neuronal health and disease. Thank you. With this brief introduction to Prasad Damayan garu, I request him to commence his talk.
Yeah, thank you so much. So probably I'll just turn off my video and while sharing the screen, so that it will put a less burden on the data that we have in here. So I hope that's okay, right? So I can turn off my video and start talking, right?
Yes, sir. As you wish, sir.
Sure. Yeah. So let me share the screen again. And can you see the screen okay, right?
Yes, sir, it is visible, sir.
Sure. Okay, so yeah, first of all, I think I thank you for having me over and talk about what we do in the lab. So I think, and also thanks the madam for a kind introduction. So as madam was pointing out, we are based in University of Hyderabad with the Department of Animal Biology. So my lab is sort of a neurobiology lab where we try to understand some concepts of neuron biology. So, and today I think my talk would be a little bit more research intensive, so which is slightly different from what Professor Rajsekhar was telling you about. So where we'll try to tell you how we draw the inspiration from our daily activities to address what is happening at the cellular level, and whether we can use this knowledge to really understand the disease progression, especially Alzheimer's and Parkinson disease, and whether we can really come up with some kind of therapeutics that we can really design to treat or slow down these diseases, right? So I think you'll see from throughout my talk, I'll try to put you in touch with what we do in the daily life and how we draw inspiration from our daily life activities to understand what is happening at the cellular level. Okay. So before I start, I think most of you must have seen these symbols like floating around everywhere, right? So can somebody from the audience tell me, like, what these symbols really represent? I think some of you have attended the talk here physically and they know, but I would appreciate if somebody else can talk. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think
reduce,
yeah. So great. So
reuse.
yeah, reuse, recycle, reduce. I think you are absolutely right. So these symbols, they represent how you recycle things so that you can reduce the usage and reuse, like, if possible, right? So the fundamental question is, like, whenever we speak about these things, like, whenever you want to recycle something, the fundamental reason why we really want to recycle things is to sort of, like, conserve the energy, or if these material that has to be recycled is dangerous to the environment, then probably by recycling this you will be protecting the environment that we live in, right? That's a two fundamental reasons why we are, like, mostly into the recycling processes. So to sort of conserve the energy to produce them, or to protect the environment if these material is not so comfortable to live with, right? So, and if I tell you this, there are many things in the body that gets recycled, and there is a beautiful system sitting in our body at the cellular level to recycle. So isn't it really amazing that our body can recycle things that are not needed by the body, and on the while doing it, I'll also tell you how it also protects the body from toxic things that otherwise would accumulate, right? So today's talk, I think I'll talk about some of those recycling systems sitting in the body, and how they really cleanse the body, so that we all do, like, what we are supposed to do, stuff like that, right? So before going to talk about recycling systems or the cleansing mechanisms of the body, first let us ask ourselves why our body really needs the recycling in the first place, right? So that's a fundamental question we should all start off with. So if they are there in the body, better they should have some function to do with, right? So let us start off asking a simple question: why our body really needs this recycling system in the first place, right? So if you draw an analogy of we all know that our body is composed of some organ systems, like, digestive system, nervous system, stuff like that. And if you break it down, these are all made up of some tissues, and if you break it further down, most of the tissues are made up of the cells, which are at the fundamental of your body, right? So it's nothing but, our body is nothing but a group of cells coming together to do certain job, so which we call them organ at the higher level, right? So which means the cell is the fundamental unit of all our body, right? So it works like a 24/7, like just a factory, so that you can run an organism like more efficiently and do what you were supposed to do, right? So we always compare the cell as a factory that works tirelessly to do the job right, so that you and an organism can function more efficiently, right? So just like any other factory, so whenever the factories work 24/7, so we always keep complaining that this factory generates some waste, that factory is sending a lot of smoke into the environment. The same thing happens with the cells also. So whenever the cells work 24/7, then they are actually prone to release some garbage over time, so which the body may not feel comfortable with. Or if they are working again and again, there is also possibility that these cells will take some kind of a damage too, right? So just like our machines go to the repair sometimes, if you keep using them, you just have to do the service on regular basis so that they don't become non-functional, right? So these are the two fundamental challenges cell also poses. Like one is that they are prone to damage because they are working tirelessly, and then when they are working, they are also producing some things which are not so comfortable for the body to live in, right? This is a very, very simple principles that we can all envision, right? So if you look at the garbage that is being produced inside the cell, so these are like different types of garbage we can talk about. So we all know that if a cell has to function, the cell requires a lot of proteins at the cellular level. So right, so if the protein is correctly folded, then the cell can function normally. If the protein is not so correctly folded, then you get misfolded proteins, and which cannot be utilized. So we call them as a faulty protein that cannot be utilized by the cell, right? So, or sometimes you also have some special substructures in the cell called the organelles, like mitochondria, lysosomes, and the nucleus and stuff like that. So these organelles, when they overrun, they will take some kind of a damage. So, and then they not only stop functioning, for example, in the case of mitochondria, if it stops functioning, then it doesn't produce ATP. That's a obvious question. But on the contrary, it also produces a lot of reactive oxygen species, which are not good for the cell, right? So which means damaged organelles are also not so good for the cell to have around, right? And sometimes you also get some surprises from the invaders, right? So for example, bacteria, virus, which are not really supposed to come in, if they come in, they're also not so good for the cell to function 24/7, right? So these are at least three different ways a cell feel not so comfortable having the faulty proteins around, or having the accumulation of the damaged organelles, which might pose some threat to the cell function, and also happens by some kind of the infections, like in the form of bacteria or the virus and stuff like that, right? So as I'm telling you that these are not good for the cell to have them around, so then obviously they have to be cleared, right? So if you don't clear this, now we assume that as a garbage. If you don't clear the garbage, what will happen? It just stinks, right? So like if you just go out from your house, and if somebody is dumping the garbage every day, after some time, if nobody clears them out, then you start complaining that it is smelling so bad. It's just same for the cell. If the cell doesn't clear the garbage that is keep accumulating inside, then it stinks. The stink is in the form of the sickness of the cell, right? So the cell will feel not so happy, and then it stops functioning eventually. So that's why you get the diseases, right? So that's a very, very simple fundamental principle, right? So in order but we are all surviving nicely, right? So this is mainly because your cell has some way of mechanism to survey, like whether there is a garbage accumulating, and then you just take out the garbage, so that the cell will be happy, and then you will be happy as an organism at the higher level, right? So the cell really needs some mechanisms to survey where is the accumulation, and what is the accumulation, and how it has to really take care of that garbage accumulation that happens all the time, right? So there are mechanisms in place in the cell, so which we call them as quality control mechanisms, right? So since these are surveying for the quality of the microcellular environment, right? So they're just going all over the place, and trying to check if my microcellular environment is really good or not, right? So that's the reason why we call these pathways as quality control pathways, like a quality checks that most of the companies do the quality checks, right? So the same mechanisms our body also has. So the idea is very simple again. Inspiration comes from our daily thing again. So the cells are on work just like factories. So they're prone to the damage. So I think let me get the pointer here. So cells are on work and then they're prone to the damage. And whenever there is a damage, if the cell has to really function, then it will just turn on the quality control pathways. And then what these quality control pathways will do, they will just fix the damage or clear the waste being generated so that the cell can work. So this is like works like a continuous cycle. The cells keep working, and whatever the garbage being accumulated will be surveyed by the quality control pathways, taken care by the quality control pathways, so that your cell can function again and again, so that you as an organism can, efficiently work, right? So this is what happens. Like, if everything is right, then you can just be up and running, like, very normal. On the contrary, so okay, so before going to that, so as I said, this is the garbage. So whenever you see the garbage, so for example, you are living in a community place, right? So where, say, house one start dumping some garbage outside, so you will see that, and you'll be like, okay, house one is dumping. And if everybody keeps dumping, then it just keeps piling up, and then you start complaining that, okay, people are dumping the garbage, and it is accumulating more and more, and it might potentially cause some trouble to you, right? The cell also has some ways of assessing the damage, right? So which means, let me give you one small example here. Just assume that you were running a car garage again, right? So, and then you got at least 3 different types of cars to your garage, right? So where, sorry, I think it's you got a situation here where you just have a very small bump, right? So, and then you have a second situation where you have seen that there is some damage happened where your back bumper is gone bad, and you also got a car which is like crushed completely, right? So whenever you are a mechanic, then obviously what you will do is, you don't suggest the same solution to all these 3 scenarios, right? If you are running a garage, right, what you will rather say is, in the first 2 cases, you don't ask them to go and buy the new car, because for obvious reasons, where you can fix them with a simple fixes, right? For example, in the first scenario, you just take out the dent by just using some simple ways. In the second case, maybe you will say, since this is not removable or repairable, maybe just change the back bumper so that you can still use the car and for the functioning, right? Whereas in the last case, since it is crushed completely, and you are now having a feeling that this car cannot be functional no matter how much money you put into repair or replace whatever the part you were talking about. Which means, by just looking at the amount of the damage that you see, you are suggesting different fixes for the damage. You are not asking your customer to buy the car for the small fixes that you can shed off some money and then get rid of, right? So very smart way of assessing the damage and suggesting the solution depending upon the extent of the damage, right? So cell can also do the exact similar thing. Cell cannot say, whenever it sees a small damage being accumulated, it cannot tell that, okay, I see the damage, let's kill this cell. It doesn't do that. So the cell also has very efficient mechanisms to assess how much of the damage is happening and what is the fix that I can suggest, so that it will be not so much of economical burden on the cell. So you can just spend some money and get the fix so that your cell can still function, right? So as I said, the cell can assess whether the damage is a minor or is a moderate or the severe, and then take a call depending upon what kind of damage it sees, and it can say whether to repair the part of the cell or replace some components of the cell, or if it is very severe, you just take out the entire cell from the microcellular environment so that other cells can be happy, right? This is a very common sense, right? So you just assess the damage, and depending upon whether it's minor or more, you just take a call to just, like, do some fixes. So how exactly cell does that? So there are some mechanisms in place in the cell, so which actually sense that damage. For example, if the damage is very minor, say your protein, very tiny part of your cell is not so folded properly. So what the cell can do, it can tell the chaperones to go and just twist that protein into correct conformation, so that you don't have to mess up the whole cell for small just folding problem, right? You can just ask your protein to fold properly using the chaperones as a help, and then just get away, so your cell can still function. Or for example, if your mitochondria is damaged, which is a group of more proteins, now you can ask your mitochondria to be cleared by the cell, so that it can synthesize another mitochondria, but you are not affecting the cell as a whole. The cell can still function normally and stuff like that. If there are multiple things accumulated at the same time, which cell thinks that, oh my god, I cannot handle this damage, then what cell can do, it can activate cell death pathway, so that it can just take out the cell from the system. That's a very simple common sense based judgment, right? So you just assess the damage, and then depending upon the damage, you just suggest the solution, whether to take out a one small portion of the cell or complete cell from the system, right? So these are all mechanisms are part of this quality control mechanisms, where the cell constantly survey where is the damage, how much is the damage, and depending upon the damage, it will just do whatever it supposed to do, right? So this process happens 24/7 as your cells are working. All these quality control mechanisms are on, and they will be constantly looking for what is happening in there, and you see some damage, depending upon the level, they will just take care of things. If these quality control pathways are not so active, assume that these survey mechanisms are not so good in doing their job, what will happen? It's just like the cycle operates in opposite way. So no quality control pathways, then there will be more garbage accumulation inside the cell, and then it will eventually hamper the activity or the functionality of the cell, and then you get the disease. It's a very simple, right? So that's the reason why the quality control pathways are very important. And because of this very reason, so if you take any disease, either metabolic or neurological disorder like cancer, Alzheimer's, and any disease you take, so in most of these diseases, you get to see there are defects in the quality control mechanisms that we just spoke about, right? So which means the quality control pathways in the body, in the cell, are very important to keep you healthy, right? So that's what I wanted to make a point here. So this is what we do in our lab. So my lab is a organelle biology lab, so we extensively work on these quality control mechanisms. We are trying to understand how these quality control mechanisms operate in the body, in the cell, in the different contexts, in the neurons, non-neurons, how these pathways are regulated. And today, I think I'll take you one small example from the research that we do in the lab. So taking autophagy as an example, and tell you how exactly we answer the research questions that we are interested in our lab, right? So if somebody is interested in about our lab's research, so this is where you can find us, both on Twitter and the university website. If you type Tamineni's lab, you get to see what or some exciting research that is going on in the lab, right? But today's, I think next 20-30 minutes, I'll take autophagy as one of the quality control mechanism example, and then I'll tell you how exactly we are asking the questions and what kind of tools we use to understand the process itself, and whether this understanding can help us to solve the disease context and stuff like that, right? So first thing first, so as I said, this is a process that we are working in our lab, autophagy. So as the name indicates, it's a self-eating. I think most of you, I think, are from zoology, you would understand the autophagy process is a self-eating process. So where whenever you see some small accumulation of the damage, then this autophagy pathway is activated, and then it will just clear off things. You just carefully watch this video for some time, and then I'll talk to you about this video in a while, right? So just pay attention to this. This is a process that happens at the cellular level, and this is a cartoon showing what will happen if you see a small garbage, so which is a white dot in a big cell here. Great. So now I think it will play again and I'll show you. So this is the, say for example, this is the accumulation, garbage accumulation that you see in the cell, right? And then the moment the cell sees there is a lot of garbage being accumulated, what it is smartly doing is, if you see this membrane right here, it is growing across the garbage. You are seeing this, right? So the membrane is growing, and then it is technically encapsulating your garbage into some compartment, which means it is isolating the garbage, and then eventually it is delivering to some other component in the cell, which is lysosome or vacuole, so that it can be degraded in lysosomes. Right? So this is a very smart way of, first you identify the garbage and nicely pack it into a bag so that this garbage won't be spilled all over the cell, and then send it to a place where it is actually degraded into small components. That's what the whole autophagy process is. It will detect the garbage, it will just pack the garbage nicely, and then send it to the compartments where it will be degraded. Right? So are you still following me? Right? So can you hear me okay? Or
Sir, it is very clear, sir.
okay, great. Yeah, great. So I think, yeah, let me put the static picture of what was shown in the video, just in case if the video is not so clear. So whenever the cell sees there is accumulation of the garbage in here, and then this will just nicely encapsulated by some membrane, right, so that it won't spill into the cellular environment, and then it will go on fuse with some compartments where the degradation can happen. These are the lysosomes in the cell, right? The lysosomes, we all know, they have some proteases so that they can cleave all the garbage and recycle into in the form of amino acid, so that the cell can reutilize the amino acids to make the proteins again. And this is a very nice cycle here. So see the garbage, pack it, send it to the degradative compartments, and then recycle them so that you can reuse, the cell can reuse them to function more efficiently. It's a very efficient pathway that every cell has. So that's the reason why we call autophagy pathway both as degradative pathway, because it degrades which are not required by the cell, and also the recycling pathway, where the components coming from the degradation can be reused by the cell so that the cell can utilize them for building the proteins again. Next. So very simple but efficient process. And in our lab we work on this pathway, autophagy pathway, especially in the neurons. So, and again, if you have something, it cannot be like same for everything, right? So for example, if you take about the non-neuronal cells, if you say here, if I say in terms of the size, the non-neuronal cells, you'll have roughly around a 50 micron in length, right? But if you take the non-neuronal cells, they not only have a 50 micron cell body, but sometimes they have some process which we call it as axon, right? So this grows sometimes for too long, 2 meters long, right? So which means your soma or the cell body is sitting in your head, but the process, this axon, will be going up to your foot, right? So the tip of your foot, like where it senses the tickling, and you can know that from the soma sitting in your brain, which means it's a pretty long complexity, right? So which means the neurons have slightly more structural complexity compared to the non-neuronal cells, which are like simple 50 micron globes, whereas this one has a 50 micron globe and a long thread, which we call it as axon, which can grow for, say for example, uh, 2 meters sometimes. That's a one important special feature of the neurons. They have a complex structural geometry, is the one thing. And then unlike the non-neuronal cells, so where if you see there is accumulation of the garbage, what the cell can do is it can also divide by simple cell division and dilute the garbage a little bit, so that the cell can still function without activating any quality control mechanism, right? So which means the division is also part of some diluting mechanism of the garbage. But in the case of the poor neurons, these are post-mitotic in nature, which they cannot just divide. So means they cannot dilute any garbage being accumulated. They have to deal with it no matter what. Yes, because they cannot divide like non-neuronal cells. So these are two fundamental properties which are unique to the neurons. So the question we asked in the lab is how different these autophagy pathways are in these two cell types, which have a simple structure and they have the proliferation capacity, versus the cells which have a very complex structure and they cannot divide because of their post-mitotic nature. So the question is whether this autophagy pathway functions very similar in non-neuronal and the neuronal cells. Right? So that was a very simple question that we have asked in the lab. Right? And another important feature for the neurons is, as I said, whenever you pack the garbage, you are sending it to the degradative compartment. And these degradative compartments, in the case of the neurons, or accumulate, most of them are present in this soma compartment, which is 2 meters long in the case of the peripheral nerves. Right? So which means if there is a garbage being generated in the axon, it has to be reached such a long distance, right? So which pose unique challenges for the neurons. The point I want to make from this particular slide is that our lab is interested in understanding how different these are autophagy pathways are in the neuronal cells versus non-neuronal cells, which have some unique properties to start with. Right, so this is what I was trying to tell. So as I said, most of the lysosomes which actually degrade the garbage sits in here. But what if you have, there is a garbage being generated such a long distance of 2 meters? You have a garbage generated here, but they have to go all the way here to sort of deliver the garbage for the degradation. So this is one fundamental question that we have asked in the lab. And how can you study this process? So we are talking about the neurons. So you can isolate the neurons from the brain of the mouse. Obviously, I cannot ask the humans to give me some neurons from your brain. So what we do is we rely on the mouse models quite extensively to simulate the physiology, because mouse and a human physiology and genetics is very, very similar. So what we do is we take the brain of the embryos and then we culture, we dissociate the brain tissue into the single neurons and put them on the dish. So this is how they look like, the neurons in the dish. So where you have a nice soma that we are talking about, and then you have the processes which can grow pretty long, right? So you can appreciate and see the branching of the axon and the dendrite compartments coming off from the soma compartment, which is sitting in here, right? And then, since our idea is to see how these autophagos, how the molecular garbage is packed by the autophagy pathway, so we used a particular marker. So you don't have to worry about the name of this. So but what you have to know is whatever the membrane that we are talking about that can wrap garbage, so that we actually try to paint it green with some kind of a green fluorescent protein, right? So there's a green fluorescent protein which is fused with a protein which is present in that membrane that we spoke about, which actually wraps the molecular garbage that one can see, right? So whenever you see this green dot, which means this is a membrane which now encapsulated that molecular waste that we spoke about, right? And then you just take these neurons and put it under a fluorescence microscope and just follow the movement and dynamics of these green signal so that you can understand whole process of autophagy in real time from the neurons sitting on the microscopy stage, right? So this is a very simple setup. Isolate the neurons and paint the membrane that actually encapsulates your garbage and follow the dynamics of that garbage bag. Now we can call them as, so which in scientific terms we call it as autophagosome, which actually encapsulate the garbage, right? So when you look this under the microscope, this is how it looks, right? So this is the soma, so where your lysosomes are sitting. And if you see this movement of this green autophagosomes, or the bag that actually collects the garbage, so if you see them, you can tell two things. One is that they are not that often, they're not so abundant. You are seeing a few of them, and whenever you see them, they're actually moving in a particular direction. So you just carefully watch these small tiny dots moving, right? So if you see them, they're all moving towards the soma compartment of the neuron, which makes sense because we already know that the lysosomes, which actually degrade this molecular waste or the garbage, they're all sitting in here, and your garbage bags are moving towards them, right? So that they can deliver the garbage, and the lysosomes can degrade, and neuron can reuse or reutilize the components coming from the degradation, right? So that's what it told us, like, so autophagosomes collect the garbage from the axons, and then they are moving in a particular direction so that they can reach the lysosomes, which can degrade the cargo that they are getting from the axon compartment, right? This is a very, very efficient way, right? And then we started asking, like, how exactly these autophagosomes move inside the cell. Again, if I can take you to the analogy of how our bus move on the road, right? So we have nice roads, not the roads that we talk about that are there in some parts of villages. Say, for example, if you take an highway, so if you take ORR from Hyderabad to Kurnool, for example, right? So it's a big highway. So, and then you have different kinds of vehicles that are going, right? So, for example, you can see the cars going, you can see the lorry going, and you can see the bus going, right? So, exactly similar thing happens in here also, right? So, you have different vehicles moving in the neurons along this big road, which we call it as axon. If you consider axon as a big road, and then you have a small roads inside, so which are the microtubule roads, right? So these are the roads on which your vehicles will move, right? And we all know that for any vehicle to move, you need some kind of a motor. So like that, the neurons also have the motor proteins like kinesin protein and the dynein protein. So depending upon which direction you are going, so you get to use different kind of motor. For example, kinesins move things from the cell body to the axon, whereas the dynein motors will move the things from axon compartment to the soma, right? So since we have seen that these autophagosomes, which are collecting the garbage, are moving in the retrograde direction, we asked whether and how these autophagosomes move towards the lysosomes. And to cut the long story short, like, I don't want to give you like a small details of how exactly they move, but what I wanted to tell you is that we found a very interesting mechanism here, where we now know that the autophagosomes collected the cargo and they are moving in a direction, and when they are moving, they are not like moving on their own. So when you see here, the green ones are autophagosomes. The moment they form, and then they are nicely fusing with some other cargo which is moving in the same direction, which is labeled with some other protein. You don't have to worry about that, which is a red cargo now, right? The red is another vehicle, and the green is your vehicle of interest, which is collecting the cargo. Rather than moving on its own, what this green guy is doing right now is it is nicely taking help from the red guy, the same cargo moving in the same direction, which means essentially it is taking some kind of a lift, right? So some car is going to Kurnool, so my job is to go to the Kurnool to deliver the cargo. So what I'm doing, rather than getting my own vehicles, I'm just sitting on the vehicle which is going the same direction, which is much more energy efficient, right? So I can just maybe pay 350 rupees rather than filling my whole tank with a petrol of 3,500 rupees. It makes very sense, right? So where the neuron is trying to minimize the energy that is spent to deliver the cargo to the lysosomes, which are sitting far from the axon, by just taking lift from the same vehicles which are going in the same direction, just like sharing the ride if you are going the same direction. That's what we all do, right? We just carpool and go to a place so that you don't have to spend a lot of money on your own. So that's what we have reported. So what we have reported is a very energy efficient mechanism by which the neurons collect the garbage, and then rather than hiring its own vehicle, so it is taking the help of the vehicle which is going in the same direction so that it can also carry its garbage And once it reaches the destination, you can just go different ways and you do your job, and whoever gave you ride, they will do their own job. It's a very, very simple way of dealing with the things, right? So it's a very common sense and energy efficient mechanism utilized by the neurons which are sitting at your cellular level. So that's what we have proposed. And then once we stop the movement of the guy who is giving you the ride. So for example, if I stop the car in the going in the same direction, it not only hampers the journey of that particular guy, since you are now taking the ride or the lift, it also hampers your own journey also. That's what we have seen, where when we try to cut down the transport of these red guys which are taking your green guys, now we see that there is an accumulation of these green guys along the roads, right? So which is obvious and expected as well, right? So that's what we have proposed, where we have said the neurons smartly take the help of the cargo or the vehicles going in the same direction to deliver the garbage that they collected all through their timelines, right? And then we, as I said, these pathways collect the cargo and deliver it to the lysosomes so that the lysosomes can degrade and keeping your axon environment neat and clean. So we asked a question, if this process is so important, whether this process is really affected in the case of the disease, right? So we took Alzheimer's as a one disease setting, and then we were looking at what is happening to this particular process in Alzheimer's neurons. So where we had a mouse line which actually mimics the Alzheimer's disease, where it forgets things and it cannot do the job on its own. So when we have looked at the roads of the neurons that we isolated from the healthy mice versus the Alzheimer's mouse, you can see that the roads of these Alzheimer's mouse neurons are pretty crowded, which means all the garbage is accumulated throughout. It's just like how you see the traffic jam, right? Whereas your healthy neurons roads are like pretty clean because there is a efficient transport process happening, and then they collect the cargo, they just like transport the cargo for the delivery throughout the timelines, and then your roads are clean. Whereas in the case of Alzheimer's, since this transport is affected, then we see that there's a lot of accumulation of these, the molecular garbage along the axon, right? So when we try to take out the protein which is helping to move this cargo in the direction, we now see that these mouse are like doing pretty poor job. So this is one of the protein which actually help in that process. When you take out that protein and generate the knockout mouse line, now you see that whatever the mouse that are moving nice, those are the wild type mice, and the mouse which is struggling so hard to move, this is the mouse which doesn't have this transport process happening, which means this mice has a lot of problem in taking out the molecular garbage out of axon compartments. You see that this poor guy is really struggling to move even a bit. When your wild type mice coming from the same mother, they're happily just moving around, right? So which means these processes are very, very important to contribute to the normal physiology of any organism, right? And then when we looked at the Alzheimer's mouse, and when we try to see the whether and how these Alzheimer's mouse do in the case of memory, so which we score for Alzheimer's disease. So in this particular experiment, what we do is we have a mouse, just normal mouse, and we just drop it in a bucket of water, and since mouse don't like to swim, it will always go and try to find a stage that we have set up in the bucket. So it will just quickly find it and go and sit there. This is a normal mouse, it will just do like this quite efficiently if you do multiple times, because it knows where exactly the stage is. It requires some kind of a memory. Whereas if you take out this protein which is involved in the transport of this cargo, now you see that this mouse is having really tough time to find this stage, which means it is not really remembering things properly. You see, it is taking a lot of time to find this stage where it will go and sit, even though eventually it is going there. But compared to the normal mice, which is very efficient in finding, this particular mice takes a lot of time to really find that stage, which means this process, if you just affect one simple process of taking out the garbage from the axons, it will affect not only the function at the cellular level, but also behavior and the memory at the organism level. That's what we have seen in earlier, right? So just to cut the all the story, so this is what we have proposed, where we said that the autophagy process collect the garbage along the axon, and it smartly takes the ride to deliver the molecular waste to the soma so that the lysosomes can degrade. And if you just end up tweaking this pathway or inhibit this pathway, then you not only have the accumulation of your molecular garbage, it also reflects bad on your physiology and the cognitive function at the organism level, right? So the take home point here, I wanted to make a small statement here is that these autophagy pathways are very, very essential to keep you healthy and active and cognitively more active. And if you have problem with these pathways, it affects your daily routine. And this is the reason why in many of the diseases like cancer, Alzheimer's, these autophagy pathways are really, going down, right? So now there is a lot of interest in the field to sort of activate these pathways in the case of a disease setting so that you can really slow down or cure the disease. So that's the reason why you see there are many autophagy enhancers now being used to treat cancer, Alzheimer's, and stuff like that, right? So, and luckily, I think we already have some of these tweaking pathways in our daily routine. For example, we do a lot of fastings for our festivals and different occasions, right? So there is a strong evidence that suggests that whenever you do fasting, these fasting pathways actually robustly activate these autophagy pathways. And then when cell is trying to produce the energy by utilizing some of the components that is not being used, it will also take out a lot of garbage accumulation. So the fasting really works. So if you are a big fan of fasting, just continue doing it moderately, not extensive. Extensive fasting again is not so good for the cell, right? So the fasting is one way people can really activate these particular pathways that we spoke about, right? I think I'll end with this just simple 3 take-home points. So one point is our body constantly produces the waste, and this there are mechanisms in place to survey this generation constantly at the cellular level. And depending upon the severity of the accumulation of the damage, the cell will just activate different pathways to take care of the waste being accumulated. And if you have any problem with these pathways, which actually takes care of your molecular waste, then you end up getting disease, whatever disease you may think of. And if you can reverse these pathways, and if you can correct these pathways, you can probably treat or slow down diseases depending upon the severity of the damage the cell has taken up already, right? I think with this I can stop here. So and if we have any questions, we can chat a little bit and then we'll get away with it, right? So thank you so much again. And if somebody is interested more about our lab, so which we work on, so you can always follow Tamineni Lab on the Twitter or the university website. And this is my small team. So we are a group of 5 people. So we work on different aspects of the brain, right? So I'll stop it here and probably talk more on if you have more questions. And if somebody wants to reach out, so my email ID is prasadtamineni@uohyd.ac.in. So you can reach out.
Hello.
Now the floor is.
Thank you very much, sir.
I'll probably stop sharing my screen and I'll take questions, I guess, right? Yeah, please shoot me questions if you have.
Sir, then you said about the cargo, which is waste substances reaching to the cytosol. Then what about external neurotransmitters which has to be traveled to the axon. So that means the two sides, both cargo will move in two directions. One is these neurotransmitters, and the other one is the waste. So, so the traffic is
I got
maintained.
yeah, I got your question. So I think you were asking. So the for garbage removal, that's fine. They are moving in one direction. What about the neurotransmitters, which contributes to the physiological function, right? That's what your question is, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So there are two distinct pathways, as I said. The movement is bidirectional here. As I said, the movement is from the soma to the axon compartments or the synaptic compartments, and also movement is in the opposite direction. And to make this distinction, the cell also has unique motors, right? So for example, as I said, the kinesin motors, they actually take everything that is made or synthesized in soma to the axon, whereas the dynein motor are bringing the garbage back to the soma, which means there is a distinction of what is going out and what is coming in. So the cell has really nice mechanisms to make things happen in both directions.
Without any
There
accidents.
is a specific motor and specific adapter which can take specific cargo in specific direction. If I can put it in one sentence, that's how it is. There is a specific component there.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes,
We are
please.
from
Yeah.
NRC Kakinada.
Hello, Andy. Yes.
Sir, I would like to know what exactly are the red bodies you have shown in the video, sir.
Okay,
Actually,
so
autophagosomes are green in color,
yes.
and they are giving lift to the red bodies. So,
Yes.
what are the red bodies, sir?
Okay, so I think you got it a little bit right and wrong. The autophagosomes are green ones, and the red ones are the late endosomes. This is another cargo, right? And these late endosomes are actually giving lift to the autophagosomes. So autophagosomes are feeding onto the red ones, not the other way, right? So these are the endosomes that I didn't want to confuse with a lot of specifics, so I just said the red ones. Otherwise, these are late endosomes, which are actually carrying a lot of signaling components to the soma, and then these autophagosomes are just hopping onto those red ones so that they can also take their cargo while going.
Thank you, sir.
No problem.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, you are telling that neurons have the backbone system is impaired. Is this reason for Zealand disease or Parkinson disease?
I think your voice is not clear. I think I didn't get your question right, so I'm sorry.
Sorry, you are telling that the neurons, the autophagogy is less. And what my question is this the reason for Parkinson disease or any Alzheimer's disease? Or the endosomal system is not working.
I think I still didn't get, but like, let me. So, are you asking whether these defects are cause or consequence of the disease? Is it the question that you are asking?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. So, I think so. These autophagy defects happens much before you see any clinical manifestation. For example, in the case of Alzheimer's, one of the clinical manifestation is the forgetfulness, right? So, dementia. So these autophagy pathways go wrong much before you see the dementia, which means these are actually the causative rather than consequence of the disease pathology.
Okay.
I don't know whether I answered your question right.
Sir, is there any?
Is there any evidence for that, sir? Is there any evidence?
Yes, yeah. We have a lot of data and evidence from mouse models and some of the patient samples as well. So we do have a lot of data in there, but I didn't discuss much of that.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
No
Excuse me, sir. So
yes, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Is there any Alzheimer inducing drug in rat model, sir?
Not actually inducing drug per se, but like people simulate this in both ways. So if you think about the Alzheimer's, there are both sporadic and the familial, right? In the case of the familial, you have some mutations in the genes which actually predispose you to the Alzheimer's. So what we do in the lab is familial form of Alzheimer's, where you have a mouse expressing some gene with some kind of a mutation so that it will get the disease eventually. That's a one model. And in the case of sporadic, people implant A beta oligomers in the brain, right? So this actually mimics the sporadic, right? So we do like, this is not a drug actually, but this is a small peptide, hydrophobic peptide, which can simulate the Alzheimer's pathology. You can induce Alzheimer's in the mice or in the lab using some components. That's what I can tell.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions, please?
Sir?
Yes, please.
I don't know, sir. Why is it audible, sir?
Yeah, I think
Why is it audible, sir?
your voice is kind of breaking. So
Hello. Good afternoon, sir.
yes, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, why autophagy is defective in neurological disorders? Why autophagy is defective in neurological disorders?
I didn't get your question. I'm sorry. So I think it's kind of breaking. I think I don't.
No, sir. Sir.
Unfortunately, still the same. So I guess, yeah.
No, sir. Why is it audible, sir? No. Hello.
It's still the same. It's kind of shaky.
NRC Chittur, please check your audio once. It is not clear. NRC Chittur.
Hello.
Chandramouli sir, check your audio and interact with sir.
Okay. No, sir. No, sir. Hello.
Yes, yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sir. Sir, why autophagy is defective in neurological disorders? Why autophagy is defective in neurological disorders?
Okay, you were asking. I guess I didn't get it right, but just correct me if I'm wrong. So you were asking why autophagy is defective in Alzheimer's, right? So that's what the question is.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so yeah, this is defective because of the many reasons. So there are many signaling pathways which actually converge on defective autophagy in the Alzheimer's disease, right? So, and why it is defective is, say for example, if the disease wants to take over, right, then obviously it will try to kill the pathway which is going to combat against that, right? So this is what we think, like whenever the disease is trying to take over, then it will essentially target the pathways which would otherwise not allow the disease to progress. So that's the reason they will activate many signaling pathways, and they will just sort of kill the autophagy to start with, and then they start taking over eventually.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, this is from NRC. On behalf of all the NRCs and all the participants, we would like to propose a vote of thanks and sum up the lecture, sir. And it gives me immense pleasure to propose vote of thanks for Dr. Prasad Amineni, sir, Assistant Professor, Department of Animal Biology, University of Hyderabad, sir. And, sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, please. Yeah, good. I think it's formality. I think that's fine. I think I'm okay. Not having vote of thanks. Yeah.
Sir, your lecture on the cleaning mechanisms of the body and the autophagy pathways have certainly thrown light on the particular areas like how the body or the cell clears and cleans the garbages, and what is the exact role of lysosomes and other bodies. And you have explained very well, sir, the complex concepts in a very simple way, how the energy is saved while transporting garbage from axons to lysosomes, and what is the difference between neuronal and non-neuronal pathways in the cells, like that. And you have nicely explained one of the reasons for Alzheimer's diseases, sir. Actually, we are searching in the literature what is the exact reason for the Alzheimer's disease. But one of the reasons may be in the defective cells, that due to the malfunctioning of the autophagy pathways may lead to Alzheimer's, not only in the neuronal cells, but maybe in any other cell of the body. And it may certainly help to treat the cancers and all these things, sir. You have nicely collaborated and explained well, sir. And so that we profusely thank you, sir, on behalf of all the NRCs and all the participants, sir. Thank you very much. And we are greatly impressed by the lecture and the knowledge you have shared, sir. So once again, we would like to thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. I think I should thank you for getting me here and talk about some things what we do in the lab. So if anybody wants some help, or if you want to know more about our research, I just dropped my email in the chat box, so you can just feel free to shoot me an email. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. It's really a wonderful opportunity you are extending, sir. So now you can sign up, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye and good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Professor Naresh. Am I audible, sir? Good afternoon, sir. Professor
Good
Naresh
afternoon.
Babu, sir. Professor Naresh Babu, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Your audio is not clear. Sir. Not getting
Audio. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Please check your audio, sir. I request NRC Men Anantapur. Are you there, sir? NRC Men Anantapur. Are you there, sir? Men Anantapur.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Anantapur, please respond.
Sir, respond is Anantapur, sir.
Your audio is check your audio, sir. Volume is very low. Check the audio and I request you to introduce this session's resource person,
Okay, sir.
Dr. S. Naresh Babu, sir,
Okay.
to the gathering, sir. Over to Men Anantapur.
Sir, okay. Sir, just wait, sir.
Okay, sir. Check the audio once and please proceed to introduce sir, Professor Naresh Babu, sir.
Gantan.
Sir, sir, are you okay, sir?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Just increase the volume, sir. It's audible. But his voice is really low.
Don't forget the bouquet.
Is audible?
That's all.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Over to NRC Madanantapur. Faculty member from Madanantapur is going to introduce this center resource further. Professor S. Naresh Babu, sir. Biotechnology, State of Andhra Pradesh. Attending to be this degree training program TOT from various centers across the state of Andhra Pradesh, 9 teachers, 9 NRCs. Over to Madanantapur, please.
Good afternoon to all the participants across all the NRCs. It's a pleasure for me to introduce Professor Naresh Sepuri, sir, who is also teacher for me in my master's course in the University of Hyderabad. Naresh Sepuri sir received his PhD in 1997 from the University of Hyderabad in the area of translational regulation. Professor Sepuri sir carried out his postdoctoral studies at the University of Pennsylvania, John Hopkins University, and the Thomas Jefferson University before he joins the University of Hyderabad as an associate professor in the year of 2007. So during his postdoctoral studies, he focused on protein translocation into mitochondria, mitochondrial biogenesis, and mitochondrial protein homeostasis. Sir was the recipient of the American Heart Association, the USA, during his postdoctoral work. He has 22 years of experience in the field of mitochondrial biology, of which 11 years were in the USA. He has international journals including Science, Molecular Cell, Journal of Cell Biology, and EMBO. Professor Sepuri's publications have been cited more than 2,500 times by his peers. That includes more than 1,000 citations from the papers published with the University of Hyderabad itself. So far, sir has generated grant worth of Indian rupees 4 crores through mitochondrial science through funding from government agencies like DBT, DST, CSR, ICMR, UT3, and in industry, in grants also he received. He has reviewed papers from journals like Human Molecular Genetics, BBA, JBC, Mitochondrial Science Signaling, Science Translational Research, Traffic, and is also a reviewer of the NSF grant USA and SERB India. His lab focuses on multi-dimensional and multi pronged approach to understand the importance of mitochondrial redox homeostasis in a viral infection, aging, cellular proliferation, metabolism, pathogenesis, and retrograde signaling using yeast. He also worked in mammalian cell lines and animal models. He would like to identify the components of the mitochondria acting as redox switches in response to various stress conditions. So the other aspects that he's trying to understand is the involvement of redox switches in mitophagy, autophagy, and mitochondrial biogenesis. So in this direction, he identified a couple of factors like GRPL1, EL1, a co-chaperone of mito HSP70 and M1A40, an intermembrane space receptor that regulates the mitochondrial protein and redox homeostasis. He also identified STAT3, a nuclear transcription factor, which is located in the mitochondria and impacts and regulates the respiration independent of transcription. So these studies yielded high impact publications which are published in Science, Molecular Biology, Cell, JBC, Biochemistry, Biochem journals, PEPS letter, JVI. Further, his studies deepened the understanding of these mechanisms and additional factors that would strengthen the other researchers to look into these aspects. So these are the few words about sir. I am very happy to announce with this the Professor Sepuri sir to take this session.
Thank you for the long introduction. So I would like to share first my entire screen. So can you see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the invitation. So I'm glad to give a talk to all these participants, and I hope that you will gain some knowledge in the area of mitochondria, and then you can start implementing the research, whatever you are planning to do at your institute. Thank you once again for your invitation. So sorry for my throat because I have some bad throat. So stop at any time point of my talk and let me know so that I can go back and try to give some answers, whatever you have questions in that one. So today I'm going to talk about role of subcellular structures in mitochondrial dynamics and lipid homeostasis. So you all came from the different backgrounds. So my work is mainly focused on mitochondrial. In this particular topic, I would like to focus on mitochondrial lipid homeostasis. So how others subcellular structure can regulate the mitochondrial dynamics. So let me give brief introduction about the mitochondria. You all know mitochondria, you must have seen in the textbooks, it's a powerhouse of the cell. So it has 4 compartments, and the innermost compartment is known as matrix. Outermost compartment, I'll put my outermost compartment, outer membrane, and the space in between the outer and inner membrane is called intermembrane space. And the inner membrane is folded, is like a cristae to increase the surface area. That is very important for the production of the ATP. Besides ATP production, that's the main function of the mitochondria. Mitochondria is also involved in apoptosis, cellular proliferation, regulation of cellular redox state, heme synthesis, sterol synthesis, and amino acid biosynthesis. There are several other pathways that are linked to the mitochondrial function. So it's indeed important to understand the mitochondrial homeostasis to understand the overall cellular fate. So look at the list. See, these are very small. You may not see the list of the diseases that are associated with the mitochondrial dysfunction. So the list is going on for the day by day. So indicating that the importance of the mitochondria. So as you know, mitochondria arrived from is a endosymbiotic hypothesis. There are several hypotheses how mitochondria is originated. This is one of the prevalent hypotheses that is existed in the field. So there is a ancestral host cell, where you can call it as an anaerobic cell, a nucleus kind of a primitive is there, and there's another ancestral prokaryote that is called pre-aerobic metabolism it can undergo, and then eventually what happened is this is developed as a nucleus, and this mitochondria engulfed in this pre-eukaryote, and eventually eukaryote with the aerobic metabolism has been evolved. So what happened is this is a host and these are the tenants. Over the year, what happened is both have a DNA. This, whatever the endosymbiont has a DNA and as well as host has a DNA. So over the years, what happened is this DNA has been lost. Most of the DNA has been lost because the redundant functions. So you don't want to have to keep the same genes to do the same function in both host as well as in tenant. So some of the genes have been lost over the years, and whenever tenant has want to have more control on the host has want to have more control on the tenant. So most of the genes have been transferred to the nucleus, and some of the genes have been lost, and some of genes has been rearranged. So eventually the mitochondria shrunk in such a way that finally we humans left with only 16.5 kilobases. Very small circular DNA is present compared to the nuclear DNA. So this is the structure of the how DNA, mitochondria DNA has been originated. And what people think this mitochondria, if you see in the textbook, it's like a kidney-shaped isolated mitochondria, but that is not true. So mitochondria is a dynamic in equilibrium. It's always what you can call as a branched chain of network. This is this how this mitochondria looks like, and it undergoes for every 8 seconds a fusion and fission event, and these are essential to maintain the mitochondrial homeostasis. You can ask why? Because this is the engine that produces a lot of energy. So once it produces the energy, obviously it is the source of the reactive oxygen species. So whenever the system is working optimally, you produce a byproduct. In a chemical reaction, in whatever the reaction, you produce a byproduct. That byproduct is nothing but a reactive oxygen species. And these reactive oxygen species can damage either mitochondrial membrane or mitochondrial proteins or mitochondrial DNA nuclears. So we have to remove those bad mitochondria from the system. How would you remove it? That is a fusion and fission process. The fission facilitates the removal of the bad mitochondria, the process known as mitophagy. So I'm not going to discuss about the mitophagy today, but that is one of the important process how system eliminate the bad mitochondria. As well as we need more mitochondria when you do exercise or when you require more mitochondrial biogenesis. And mitochondria originated from the pre-existing mitochondria, where the mitochondria elongates and then cleaves. Okay, for the synthesis of new mitochondria as well as for the removal of the bad mitochondria, the mitochondria undergoes fusion and fission. So there should be a balance between these two processes. So if there is a more fission, that is too bad. More mitochondria get damaged and more mitochondria can be removed, and more fusion is also bad. So whenever you see more fusion means maximum energy output. So that's why you see in sperm mitochondria where few mitochondria population, but they're highly fused. The energy output is much higher than the individual mitochondrial population. So they fuse to facilitate to increase the energy output in particular function. In some organisms, to move the flagellar motion, they have a fused mitochondria. So the mitochondria function is so that. So today, what I'm going to discuss about it's another important factor where you can see the mitochondrial DNA. Mitochondrial DNA encodes only 13 of its proteins in the humans. Remaining mitochondria, as now people think that around 1600 proteins. Out of this, only 13 are encoded by the mitochondrial DNA, and remaining 1587 proteins are encoded by the nuclear DNA, and they're translated and then post-translationally transported into the mitochondria and then assembled into the different kind of complexes or proteins that are involved in the different functions of the mitochondria. So there is a tight correlation or coordination between these two components in the functioning of the mitochondria. As I mentioned, it mutations in the mitochondrial DNA or nuclear encoded DNA that required for the mitochondrial function can lead to several disorders. Another interesting thing is people think that mitochondria is in isolation. now current research indicate that mitochondria is not in isolation. It's always associated with the different cellular organelles. So no method people have been developed still today, even by ultracentrifugation, to remove the contamination of the endoplasmic reticulum. So whenever you isolate the mitochondria, endoplasmic reticulum is also tightly associated, some part of the endoplasmic reticulum. People are wondering, initially there may be contamination, but later on people think that this interaction is essential for the transfer of the calcium between the endoplasmic reticulum and mitochondria. And latest research also provide this interaction is important for the fission of the mitochondria also. And this interaction is also essential for lipid transport. So ER is the main site for the lipid synthesis. So how does this lipid goes to mitochondria also has membranes? Mitochondria also require lipids, and these lipids are going to transfer through these contacts. So interorganal contacts or interorganal communication is the now current research area to people trying to understand how this interorganal contraction regulates the mitochondrial homeostasis as well as cellular homeostasis, and that can lead to the several diseases if any dysfunction happens. Similarly, in recent reports as mitochondria is also associated with the plasma membrane, and this interaction is required for the positioning of the mitochondria in a certain stage, and it is also interact with the endosomes, peroxisomes. Peroxisomes also involved because of the exchange of the lipids, lipid peroxidation, and vacuole, as I mentioned, is vacuole interaction is important for the removal of the mitochondria, for the mitophagy, and Golgi apparatus, and another recent study shows it's also associated with the nucleus. So under certain stress conditions, mitochondria moves close to the nucleus. So there is a retrograde communication. The communication between the mitochondria to nucleus happens whenever these contacts happens. So what I was trying to say is mitochondria never stays in isolation. It's always in a dynamic interaction in between the various cellular organelles. These contacts are important for mitochondrial function. So my current work is in the lab. We are currently pursuing how this interorganal communication regulates the mitochondrial function. So we use both the simplest organ is eukaryote, yeast, Saccharomyces cerevisiae. So it can serve as a haploid, so that you can easily get the knockouts. And most of the genes has been conserved in the mammalian cells. So the same work will extend to the mammalian cells, as well as we further extend to animal systems like rats or mouse. So whatever the studies, we get it from the results from the yeast. So in the first study, what I want to focus is some special structures that are present in the only in yeast, like Candida, or as well as in Saccharomyces cerevisiae. So there are subcellular structures that are present in the just beneath the plasma membrane. These are called esosomes. So esosomes are only present in the fungi. So why they are present? So the yeast has a cell wall. People think that they may be involved in the osmotic stress resistance because of and this is also required for the endocytosis, and people think that is also involved in the lipid homeostasis. So there are several protein structures are there. Proteins, mainly it's a furrow that is going inside into the cytosol, exposed into the cytosol. There are several important proteins are present, and why we are interested in these proteins is, of course, based on the literature and previous studies. So what we found is literature survey, what it predicts is some of these proteins are also present in the mitochondria. So still we know that mitochondria is in a dynamic interaction with the several cellular organelles. We thought whether these subcellular structures, esosomes, are also in contact with the mitochondria. That is the motivation to explore, to understand what is the role of these proteins. If they are there, what is the role of these proteins? So that is the primary criteria. And then this is the fluorescence microscopy. What you can do is any protein, you can put a tag to mitochondria. So mitochondria proteins has a mitochondria targeting sequence that is present in the N-terminus. So you put a tag to the N-terminus and then put a fluorescence tag at the C-terminus. So if it goes to mitochondria, see the mitochondria fluorescence, this is the mito M cherry. So you can see mitochondria as a M cherry is a fused branch chain network. Okay. Then you want to see if you have protein of interest, any protein, whether it's mitochondria or not, to determine that, you tag with another fluorescent protein. In my case, I took a isosomal protein PIL1 and tagged with the GFP. And then I express this protein both in the East Saccharomyces cerevisiae. So as you see from this merge, so I merged these two figures. See, whenever green and red fluorescence, you see yellow fluorescence. So whenever you see yellow fluorescence, means this protein likely not only is present in the plasma membrane underneath as a isosomal product, it is also present in the mitochondria. It's likely to be present, but it doesn't prove it is present in the mitochondria. So it's one of the primary experiment all of the researchers need to do to understand whether a protein of interest, whether it's targeted mitochondria, ER, or peroxisomes. So a simple experiment is to do fluorescence microscopy, attack the proteins which is specific for mitochondria and which is specific for a particular organelle, and then merge that image and see whether there is a partial colocalization if the color yellow. So this study indicates our one of the isosomal protein PIL1 is probably associated with the mitochondria. Okay, I'm not showing the other data. We did a lot of other experiments to show whether it is indeed a mitochondrial protein. So how would you show is mitochondrial protein is you use the centrifugation, differential centrifugation to isolate the mitochondria and then look at the presence of this protein in the mitochondrial fraction. Okay, it is there in the mitochondria. Then what is it doing? What is its function on the mitochondrial membrane? So by doing several experiments, we showed that it is an outer membrane protein. So there are experiments I'm not showing here to show whether the protein is present in the outer membrane, inner membrane, or matrix. So you can selectively hydrolyze the mitochondria to solubilize the outer membrane or inner membrane. By doing this experiment, one can show whether the protein is in the outer membrane, inner membrane, or intermembrane space or matrix. There are experiments. So by doing those experiments, we showed this protein is present in the outer membrane of mitochondria. Okay, it is there in the outer membrane. What is this doing? So immediate experiment one can think about is, okay, I told you deletion strains are easily available in the knockouts. So the PIL1 gene is deleted in the nuclear genome of the yeast. So that strain is available. And mito M cherry already available with us. Mito M cherry is mitochondria fused with a fluorescent protein. As you see, in the control cells, mito M cherry, a tubule branch chain network of mitochondria can be seen. So when you delete this PIL1, the protein, the isosomal protein, as you see, the most of the mitochondria is hyperfused. That means there is some problem with the fission machinery. Okay, when there is no fission, mitochondria fused. Okay, when the problem with the fission, you see more fission. So more mitochondria is getting fission. So when we overexpress this protein in the yeast cell, see more mitochondria get fragmented. It won't show the phenotype like what we see the hyperfused mitochondria, as in the case of PIL1 deletion, or tubular network of mitochondria, what we see in the case of wild type cells. So this is the first indication to show that PIL1 has some specific function in the mitochondria. Whenever if you delete it, it's getting fused. Okay, fused. What happens if it fuses? So it's already known. I told you it's been working 25 years. People have been working. The people identified the factors required for the fusion and fission. So, and they identified several factors. I'm not going to throw this confuse us. There are several proteins. You remember that there are several identified factors are involved specifically for fusion, and some specific factors are involved for the fission. And this fusion and fission factors regulate the dynamic equilibrium so that it regulates the fusion and fission processes. So in the same, if any of these important fusion proteins, if you remove it, more fission happens. If you remove any one of the important fission factors, more fusion happens. So the important proteins, two proteins, important one is the fuzzy onion. This is called FZO1 that is involved in the fusion, and DNM1 that is involved in the fission. So immediate question once you come to your mind is, okay, already known fission factors are there. In the PIL1 deletion, whatever, we see the same phenotype like this already known fission factors. The question is whether our protein is also a part of the fusion and fission machinery. Then what do you do? The immediate experiments, one can think about it. Okay, our protein of interest, whether it's interacting with these proteins. The other simple technique is two hybrid analysis. So in yeast you can do it also. So where is two hybrid analysis to see the protein-protein interaction? There are several methods. One can do immunoprecipitations, and as well as a two hybrid assay is one of the assay. So what you take is, you take your PIL1 is to DNA binding domain, and in the system there is a gal promoter and there are also reporter genes. Whenever the gal promoter getting activated, the transcription activation takes place and the reporter genes gets expressed. For the activation of the gal promoter, you need a binding of the DNA binding activator domain. So that can happen only when these two proteins are interact. So this is a PIL1 as a bait, and the X whatever you can use as a prey. So you need activating domain and binding domain, then only galfro promoter getting activated. So you keep PIL1 here, and whatever the protein you are interested, either fusion proteins or fission proteins, and you can change the prey into DNM1, FZO1, and several other proteins, and then see whether the reporter gene is being expressed. And there, if you see interaction, you see growth on the S3 media. Say is a plate assay. So you just need a marker. Only reporter genes are there. The reporter genes nothing but they express these three genes. Since this yeast doesn't have these three genes, so only when the reporter genes express, only you can see the growth on the plate genes. So using this assay, we, as you see, the PIL1 protein, whatever the isosomal protein, we see it's interacting with all the fission proteins. It does not interact with the fusion proteins. It is a yeast splitting assay. So whenever you see the growth on yeast plates, and you can think about that, it is interacting with these proteins. And I told you this is not the confirmatory step. And any experiment, you have to show the results by two to three different ways. Yes, this is indeed interacting. So another experiment is to do immunoprecipitation. Immunoprecipitation means you precipitate the protein of interest with a specific antibody, and then see whether other protein is also coming along with this precipitation. So this is a simple technique. So you can already we have our protein as we generate the antibodies to our protein, and then the proteins like fission proteins and fusion proteins expressed as a tag protein, and then we immunoprecipitate, and then you see our PIL1 protein is specifically interacting with this both DNM1 as well as FIS1 proteins. So from these two results, we confirm our PIL1 protein is the outer membrane protein, and it interacts with the proteins that are involved in the fission process, like DNM1 or fission 1. Okay. Then you have to do confirmatory test. Whether these proteins having a redundant function which is dominant. Like you have to do the experiments like, okay, if this protein is in the same pathway, if I delete both genes, what happens? Okay, whether the phenotype is aggravated, number one. Okay, if I delete one protein and put back another protein overexpressed, what happened to the phenotype? So this way one can understand which of the protein is upstream, which of the protein is downstream, and also whether they are in working on the redundant pathway or they're working in the different pathways. So this can be understood by using this experiment. So we did a similar kind of experiment. So as I said, if you remove DNM1, the fission protein, most of the mitochondria is getting hyperfused. Okay, we removed both DNM1 and PIL1. The mitochondria still is hyperfused. But you see in the double deletion, if you overexpress PIL1 and still hyperfused, what we got it before is when we overexpress this PIL1, the mitochondria is fragmented. But in the background of DNM1 deletion, even if you overexpress, the phenotype is same. Is mitochondria still is hyperfused. That means DNM1 is indispensable for the mitochondrial fission, not the PIL1. That's why absence of DNM1, even if you overexpress PIL1, you don't see the phenotype. So that is we proved, and also the deletion of this protein and this protein also targeting. See, the DNM1 is in the cytosol that targets to the mitochondria, and the target to the mitochondria is also not affected by the loss of our protein. 1 second. Later on, so what is this function is doing? So I'm not going to show some of the data. So this is the wild type, and what we did is loss of this protein can lead to the generation of reactive oxygen species. You can detect the reactive oxygen species by using again fluorescent dye. This dye specifically recognize the reactive oxygen species and convert as a fluorescent product, and see whenever the gene of your interest is lost, you can look at it by simply by this method, and then you can see the fluorescence. But if you express the protein again, the reactive species goes down. And whether it is a total ROS or mitochondrial ROS, also you can do it by the special reagent known as mitosox that can recognize only the ROS that is generated in the mitochondria. So you can do by these experiments to see whether mitochondria is generating ROS because of the loss of this protein. In both cases, we see the ROS generation. Another interesting experiment is loss of this protein leading to the aggregation of the proteins. Again, another fluorescent tool where chaperone HSP104, it is a binds to the aggregated proteins. Whenever you give heat shock, okay, the proteins gets aggregated, and heat shock proteins trying to deaggregate. So this HSP104, a chaperone binds to the aggregated proteins, and that's why it gives the fluorescence. Okay, but when you have PIL1 expression, there is no aggregated products. So this is the HSP104 aggregated products when the PIL1 is absent, and that is not present when the PIL1 is present. So indicating that PIL1 is indeed involved in the generation of the ROS, but it is independent of whatever the fusion and fission proteins that are taking place, that are doing their job. So, and we showed later on it is involved in the actually removal of the some of the bad mitochondria. That's why whenever the loss of the PIL1 leading to the ROS generation, leading to the protein aggregation, and eventually it leading to the cell death. If you don't remove the bad mitochondria, you can undergo in cell death. That's what happens with the aging. So in the neuronal cells is the terminally differentiated cells. So with the aging, a lot of people get dementia and a lot of neurological disorders. That is nothing but the accumulated mitochondria, that is bad mitochondria. So you have to remove the bad mitochondria so that you can keep the good mitochondria. Keep on accumulation bad mitochondria can lead to this kind of ROS and aggregation, eventually cell death. That's what happens. One of the theories dementia and other neurological disorders is to decrease in the clearance of this bad mitochondria from the cells. So PIL1 is also doing this kind of function, loss of PIL1 leading to the aggregation and then eventually leading to the cell death. So this first part I can conclude. So there are special structures that are present in the PIL1. I can call it as a PIL1, and this is going into mitochondria, and it is present in the outer membrane, and it is altering the mitochondrial dynamics from fusion to fission mitochondria, and then loss of PIL1 leading to more mitochondrial fusion, and overexpression leading to the more mitochondrial loss decreases the mitochondrial mitophagy, and it increases the loss and aggregates, and eventually is leading to the cell death. So I would first part. So if anybody has questions, you can ask me. So I will go to my next topic.
Excuse me, sir.
Huh?
You have mentioned
Excuse.
that. You have mentioned
Can I
that.
go?
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yeah, audible.
Sir, you have mentioned that PIL1 is responsible for the fission and hydrolysis.
Yeah.
Is that it is synthetic one or sir? Natural existing biological systems of PIL1.
Can you? I see your voice is breaking down. So PIL1 is a.
Whether that PIL1 is natural existing one, sir, or synthetic ones?
PIL1 is a.
Existing in the biological system naturally, sir.
Yeah. Existing in the yeast only.
Okay.
It is present in the yeast only. I told you it's not present in the mammalian cells.
Okay.
The existing one only we deleted.
Okay. So is there any?
Yeah, homologs. They are there in some plants. These proteins are there in some plants, because yeast people think that it's also evolutionally originated from the symbiotic relationship with some of the plants. So probably it is there in some plants. It's maybe originated from the plants. We don't know, but these proteins are present in some deciduous plants, but not in the other organisms. But
Okay,
there is distant homologs are there. Yes, in the mammalian cells also distant homologs are there, but not real orthologs of this protein. Okay. Next, I will shift the gears. This is yeast mitochondria we did, and this work we published in recently. And without these two excellent scholars, this work wouldn't have been possible. And then again, I'm coming back to my original idea. So mitochondria is in association with several interorganelles, and these organelles include vacuole, peroxisomes, endosomes, transmembrane nucleus, and other things. And this is important for the various signaling processes. So now I'm going to take with another organelle, that is lipid droplets. So I'm going to shift my gear to mammalian cells, and this lipid droplets very, very important for physiological function. So what are the lipid droplets? Lipid droplets is a core, fatty acids, glycerols in the core, and they have a monolayer, phospholipid monolayer, and there are some cholesterol, and this phospholipid monolayer is important for and they also have some proteins, and these proteins facilitate the interaction with the several cellular organelles. Lipid droplets also, like mitochondria, it's in dynamic interaction with the several cellular organelles, and these interactions are important. If you think about the lipid droplets are originated from the ER, and they have been associated with either mitochondria, peroxisomes, and lysosomes, and so on. And this interactions are very, very important for the lipid droplet size and their regulation and other things. Whenever the excess food that we take and that converts into fat, that excess fat is being stored in the form of lipid droplets. And lipid is a toxicity also. So the lipid droplets can escape the lipid toxicity also. The lipid droplets can serve as a buffering agent for the cellular metabolism. So whenever we need energy, these lipid droplets can provide lipolysis can take place, and free fatty acids can go into mitochondria and then undergo oxidation and then can release the energy. Okay, so these are very, very important organelles. But these are also, there are some problems with this lipid droplets. So majority, some diseases are associated with the lipid droplets. So this is our healthy liver. Okay, so liver plays a central role in our lipid metabolism because liver can take lipids and liver can synthesize the lipids and liver can oxidize the lipids and liver can export the lipids. So there are 4 different processes can undertake by liver, and any disturbance in these processes can lead to the accumulation of the lipid droplets. So these lipid droplets increases, causing the several metabolic disorders like insulin resistance, oxidative stress, inflammation, liver damage, lipotoxicity. And the disease in most of the Indians having a non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Of course, alcohol also gives the fatty liver disease, but non-alcoholic fatty liver disease is rising in the Indian population. This is because of there is a problem in the lipid homeostasis in the liver, and that can lead to the liver cancer, liver cirrhosis, and then people are going to die. So why mitochondria comes in? So mitochondria plays 2 important functions in the lipid oxidation to maintain the lipid homeostasis. I told you whenever the starvation happens, the lipids undergo lipolysis and the free fatty acids go to mitochondria, undergo oxidation, and they release the energy. Whenever you have enough food, our pyruvate and TCA cycle mediated respiration can increase the ATP production. This ATP is involved in the fatty acid biogenesis, lipogenesis. So mitochondria involved in oxidation and lipogenesis. So how does this mitochondria regulate these 2 distinct processes? One way is oxidizing, another way is producing the more ATP and TG. So the beta oxidation as well as including pyruvate and fatty acid esterification both can take place. So mitochondria can regulate to this process by antagonistic function. The precursor for the fatty acid synthesis is malonyl-CoA. Malonyl-CoA is the inhibitor of the fatty acid oxidation. So malonyl-CoA inhibits the enzyme that is known as carnitine palmitoyl transferase 1. That is important for the transfer of the fatty acids into the mitochondria. If the lack of this enzyme or inhibition of this enzyme, even though lipolysis happens, enzymes fatty acid cannot be transported and no oxidation. So malonyl-CoA is the inhibitor of the CPT1 activity. So fatty acid oxidation inhibited and lipid synthesis takes place. So another one important is acetyl-CoA to malonyl-CoA conversion. Acetyl-CoA that is formed during the oxidation of the protein or glycolytic product with excess acetyl-CoA can be converted to malonyl-CoA. That is mediated by acetyl-CoA carboxylase. The phosphorylation of ACC, the form that is present in the mitochondria is all ACC. When it's getting phosphorylated, the conversion is inhibited. That means it's promote the fatty acid oxidation. So ACC2 phosphorylation promote the fatty acid oxidation. Malonyl-CoA formation inhibit the fatty acid oxidation. And these 2 reciprocally regulating the fatty acid oxidation and as well as fatty acid synthesis. As I mentioned, our lab is interested to find the intraorganal communication. We find As you see, this is electron micrograph. These are the showing the lipid droplets, and these are the mitochondria. As you see, the mitochondria is in contact with the liver. These are the liver sections. Then we wanted to see what is the function of this mitochondria that is associated with the lipids. As you see, some of the mitochondria is in the cytosol that is not associated. Some of the mitochondria is associated with the lipid droplets. So we are interested to see, okay, if the lipid droplets associated with the mitochondria associated with the lipid droplet, what is the function of this mitochondria and what is the dysfunction of this mitochondria? In other words, there is any heterogeneity in the mitochondrial population, or as people said, there is only one population of mitochondria is present throughout the cell. We believe there may be division of labor in the mitochondria. Maybe this mitochondria is doing specific function in context with the lipid droplets. Maybe this mitochondria is having a different function. So how do you separate this two mitochondrial population? So that is the big question. So we tried by several methods, and eventually we separated the two populations of the mitochondria. So we take a rat liver, and then you do a small homogenization, and you remove the debris, all the debris by low speed centrifugation. You can get the nucleus and unbroken cells. And then what we take is we took the post-nuclear supernatant, and then we layered in with some buffer. And then we spin at a long time, like 40 minutes, buffer B. And then, so lipids is there, density is low. So you can float the lipids. So by doing this, so we floated the lipids. So lipids are floated on the surface, and this is not the lipid. So in this lipid fraction we have taken, and then we did a math, and we find that mitochondria is present in this lipid fraction. And we did from there we isolated the mitochondria. Anyway, from this fraction, which is not a lipid bound, and also isolate the mitochondria. In other words, we isolated the two subfractions of the mitochondria. One is associated with the lipid, another one is not associated with the lipid. Whether mitochondria is present in the lipid, again fluorescence technique. So lipid can be stained by body pi. It can stain the neutral lipids, fatty acyl glycerols, and then, so you see body pi, nice lipid droplets you can see. And mitochondria can be stained by mito tracker. It's like a dye. It's a red dye. So you see mitochondria is also stained. Then you overlay. You see mitochondria is nicely surrounding these lipid droplets. Of course, there are free lipid droplets, some of them, and most of the lipid droplets are surrounded by the mitochondria. So these are zoom pictures. As you see, the lipid droplets is nicely surrounded by this mitochondria. And how to separate them? So you want to do the function, so you don't want lipid surrounding it. So we remove the lipid by different methods, by simply vortexing, and then once we remove it, see the lipid droplet does not contain any mitochondria, and the mitochondria fraction, whatever we got, it is pure without the lipid. So we got the finally two fractions. One is lipid associated mitochondria, another one is cytosolic mitochondria. Okay, if you got the two populations, what is this function? So immediately come to mind, okay, what happened? Fatty acid oxidation. We look at the fatty acid oxidation. So we use the folate as a substrate. See, lipid droplet mitochondria shows high fatty acid oxidation, and whereas the cytosolic mitochondria shows very low fatty acid oxidation. Similarly, this is called maximum respiration. The respiration capacity is also increases in the presence of the lipid, as in the case of lipid droplet mitochondria. But in the case of CM, it's not. Another interesting is, I told you phospho-ACC2 phosphorylation inhibits the conversion of acetyl-CoA to malonyl-CoA. It inhibits the synthesis of the fatty acids. See, in the lipid droplet mitochondria, you see more phosphorylation of the lipid droplet mitochondria, indicating that it's more favoring the fatty acid oxidation rather than fatty acid synthesis. But the enzyme that is involved in the transfer of the fatty acids to the mitochondria there is no change. Okay, so this is very, very important. And later on, we find that the activity LDM as a high CPT1 activity when compared to CM activity. That's why more lipids has been transferred. And what happened? This other glycolytic respiratory mediated substrate like pyruvate, malate. What happened? Respiration. So it's a simple. We did a kit-based method. Everybody can do it if you have a kit, and the oxygen consumption, the respiration rate is in the cytosolic mitochondria is more when compared to the lipid droplet mitochondria. Look at this contrast difference. In the lipid droplet mitochondria, what we see is more fatty acid oxidation. The terminal oxygen acceptor is also oxygen in this case. But whenever you give fatty oxidation, fats, lipid droplet mitochondria show more oxidation. But whenever you give other substrate like succinate and malate, cytosolic mitochondria shows more respiration. So the both state 2 and state 3 means the coupled respiration also, both cytosolic mitochondria shows more. And then we look at the function, electron transport chain function, and all the electron transport chain function. There are 4 complexes in the electron transport chain, as you know. Complex 1, complex 2, complex 3, and complex 4, and these functions are not significantly altered. So the functions are the same, but the capacity to oxidize lipid or TCA cyclase, TCA mediated substrates or glycolytic substrates is being varied. And there is a coupled citrate synthase activity one can do is it gives the TCA flux. So how much TCA activity is going on? We look at the CM is very high compared to LEM, and coupled activity is also low, high. But in the CM, the ATP levels are very high compared to LDM. And the membrane potential across the membrane of the lipid droplet mitochondria and cytosolic mitochondria, as you see in the lipid droplet mitochondria, the membrane potential is low. In CM mitochondria is very high. So the important one thing you have to see, this ATP levels are very low in LDM and CM. One can ask, okay, LDM is oxidizing fats. Why can't it generate the ATP? That is the beauty. So whatever the fats are getting oxidized, it is just releasing as a heat, as we think. That's why you see less ATP levels compared to CM levels. So what is happening here is more fats are getting oxidized. That is not converted into production of the ATP. So that's why we believe, that this LDM plays a very important role in the lipid homeostasis. Okay, then does it division of labor between the 2 mitochondrial population? What happened in the non-alcoholic fatty liver disease patients? So since we cannot do it to humans, so we developed a rat model. So you can give rat normal diet, or you can give high fat diet. So where it can lead to the development of the disease. So you can develop the disease by treating the rats by 16 weeks. It's a very well established protocol. And then you sacrifice the animals and take the liver and then isolate the LDM and CM fractions from these 2 fractions. So the proof to show that standard diet, the liver is very nice. It's a thick, dark, as you see, vessels, blood vessels. But in the C, the high fat diet model, the liver morphology is changed. A lot of droplets is accumulated, and the body weight to liver weight goes up, and serum triglyceride levels goes up, and you see a lot of lipid droplets accumulation in the high fat diet induced liver. So indicating that there is a lipid homeostasis is altering. So then we isolated the same procedure, both CM and lipid droplet mitochondria, and in the standard diet, as you see in this picture, surprisingly standard diets, as you see, LDM activity is more in the presence of the folate. That's good. as whatever we observed. In the CM, it doesn't do fatty acid oxidation. But surprisingly, whenever you give high fat diet, even this fraction which is showed lipid droplet mitochondria high fatty acid oxidation, it is compromised. That means this fraction, whatever is doing lipid oxidation, is getting reduced. In the CM, in contrast, the lipid oxidation capacity goes up. So this is a very contrasting results when we developed a high fat diet model. So in the rats. Okay. So as I mentioned it again, what happened to phospho-SEC2 levels? Phospho-SEC2 levels, as you see in the standard diet, it's more. That indicates that the fatty acid oxidation is favored, not the fatty acid synthesis. In the high fat diet, again, we see the ACC2 is low. So this is one of very intriguing results what we got it. And surprisingly, the high fat diet, whatever the lipid associated mitochondria, it shows the high respiration rate with succinate ADP and glutamate malate ADP. So in addition to that, its fatty acid oxidation goes down, but it's generating more ATP through this TCA cycle intermediate substrates oxidation. So I will stop it here. And what I think is, in all our population, even in our humans, liver as a division of labor of mitochondria. Okay, there are some mitochondria that is associated with the lipid droplets. This association is very important to regulate the lipid droplet size. Why? Because this mitochondria undergo oxidation, but it doesn't generate the ATP. Most of the energy is being released probably as a heat or wasteful energy. Basal respiration is very high. So that's why we maintain our lipid droplet size even though we eat different kinds of food. Only some people develop non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Not all people develop. Why? Because in some of the people, this LDM maybe probably is very high. So it hydrolyze the lipids rapidly and maintain the lipid droplet size. Probably. This is one of the reason we think about it. In contrast, CM, the cytosolic mitochondria, it produces a lot of TCA flux ATP, and this is involved in the fatty acid acetylation. So fatty acids are being stored, and this may be involved in the lipid droplet size expansion. So in the high fat diet, if you continue eating high fat diet, junk food, and other high glucose content food, eventually this LDM loses its function. And it no more can hydrolyze the lipids. Instead of that, it's also starting behaving like a CM and then produce more respiration, more ATP. This is also contributing ATP production. This is also contributing CM, also contributing ATP production, and then leading to the lipid droplet expansion. And this can lead to non-alcoholic stereo, hepatitis, cirrhosis, and eventually cell death. So we are currently working on, so how could you shift the population to more lipid droplet mitochondria function? Maybe we can improve, and thereby we can regulate the lipid droplet size and prevent some of the diseases that are associated with the lipid droplet expansion. This is we published recently in Nature Communication last year, and this was one of the top 50 papers of Nature Communication in Health Sciences division. And these are the, without help of a lot of funding from the universities and other agencies, we wouldn't have done this work. And I would like to thank all my collaborators. And with this, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Participants from various NRCs interact with resource persons. Professor Naresh Box. Is it okay, sir? Really interact with you if anybody is
Yeah, any questions, research questions you can ask. Or if you cannot hear me, you can put me in chat box so that I can respond.
They respond, sir. I request all the NRCs interact with sir if any queries are there.
I asked question, how many people followed it, whatever I said? That is important. Raise your hands.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, NRC from Visakhapatnam, Visakhapatnam Men's College.
Okay, tell me,
Sir,
sir.
I want question, sir.
Okay.
So, steroids taken by sportsmen. So, steroids are minor fatty acids.
Yeah.
When it undergoes beta oxidation, according to Frank-Knupp metabolic pathway,
Yeah.
any metabolic changes occur in the mitochondria due to much more beta oxidation pathway, sir.
You see,
In
yeah.
sportsmen. Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. So yes, the mitochondria and peroxisomes also involved in the beta oxidation, but the ATP is being mostly generated at the level of mitochondria only. So that's what happens. So what I was trying to say is, whenever you are fasting, you require a reserves that is comes from the lipids. Okay, lipid droplets are important during the fasting conditions where mitochondria can undergo oxidation and generate the energy. But if you keep on giving more and more fat, the mitochondria can, what happened is mitochondria produce more ATP. That ATP is also contributing to the expansion of the lipid droplets. So it's both ways affecting the expansion of the lipid droplets. More fats given is also indirectly affecting the expansion of the lipid droplets. So what we think is there are two subpopulations of mitochondria. One population, though it does beta oxidation, but it doesn't produce the ATP. That doesn't contribute to the lipid droplet expansion. But if you give more and more fat, that fatty acid oxidation also generates some ATP that is also contribute to the expansion of the further lipid droplets. So by increasing the population of the lipid droplet mitochondria, maybe you can reduce the fatty acid burden. Even you can take as a fat, but if there are no ATP is generated, then that should be very good, unless you have to preserve the function of the lipid droplet associated mitochondria.
Yes, sir.
NRC Visakhapatnam, please mute everybody, sir. From any other NRCs? There is a So we have a query from NRC Kakinada.
NRC?
NRC Kakinada, sir. Kakinada.
Okay, okay.
This is from NRC Kakinada. Non-alcoholic fatty is also occurs in underweight people also. Then mostly they will not take high fat diet, but why it will occur
I
in
can. Your voice is breaking up. My question I cannot hear.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, audible.
Actually, those people who take high, they are under all consideration. But those who are having underweight and non-underweight, some people they are non-alcoholic fatty liver. What's the reason for them?
What is the reason that why? Sorry, I could not. I don't know. Your voice is breaking. I could not hear your question completely. So you can you type it or?
Is it audible, sir? Can I ask the question, sir?
Yeah, yeah.
Sir, actually, her question is non-alcoholic people
Yeah.
without taking the high fatty, high lipid diet, also prone to the
Yeah.
disorder.
Yeah, yeah, that is yes, that is very good question, because see the fat synthesis you need a acetyl CoA to malonyl CoA conversion. So what we do is most of the Indians, South Indians, we eat glucose, carbohydrate food. We eat lot of rice. So rice based food. So because of the more food, you rice based food, so they more acetyl CoA. That acetyl CoA is converted to malonyl CoA, and then that is being converted into lipid droplets. Excess, that is also synthesis more fats and more accumulation of the lipids. So this is because of our food habits. It says nothing non-alcoholic fatty liver, even though you don't eat that much fatty food, but since we eat a lot of carbohydrate food, that carbohydrate food is also eventually is one of the reason for the accumulation of the lipids in the system. That's why to reduce the burden, we have to do intermittent fasting and to remove the whatever the lipid storage and as well as reduce the carbohydrate food.
Sir, NRC Srikakulam, sir.
Okay.
Sir, is there any relation between mitochondriopathy and fatty liver, sir?
Mitochondriopathy is mitopathy, what you call is any mitochondrial defective is been associated with a disease, then you can call it mitochondriopathy. Like lot of muscular dystrophies that are associated with the mitochondrial dysfunction. So you can call it as a, I don't think it is associated with the fatty liver. What I say is indirectly, so reducing the function of the mitochondria to do basal lipid oxidation. So it has to do lipid oxidation, but should not produce more ATP. That function is somehow reduced. How it is reduced still is a big question in the high fat diet condition. That is a if you find that one, that is also a big thing. How
Fatty
it is
liver,
reduced.
sir. Fatty liver is very common, sir, nowadays. Even non-alcoholic persons also.
Yes, yes.
Is there any methods to revert it?
Yes, you can revert it. You can revert it until NASH level. That's what I'm saying. Walking, exercise. So you have to remove the lipid storages. How do you remove the lipid storage? By intermittent fasting, so that you can whatever the stored lipids can be hydrolyzed, and exercise and reducing the carbohydrate food. I think it is reversible. It is proven that it is reversible. Protein rich food and reduce the carbohydrate and fatty food. Yes, it is indeed reversible.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good
This is from
afternoon.
Kakinada. I deem it privilege to convey oath of thanks to Professor Naresh Babu Sepuri, Department of Biochemistry, Central University of Hyderabad, on behalf of Andhra Pradesh Commissionerate of College and Education and NRCs of Andhra Pradesh conducting this pilot study. Sir, you delivered an informative and impactful talk on the role of subcellular structures in mitochondrial dynamics and lipid homeostasis. You excellently delivered about mitochondrial origin, interorganic communication in regulation of hemostasis, and role of BMN and pili in mitochondrial fission, sir. And you delivered some alternative methods for lithium and the cytosolic mitochondrial isolation, and also the effect of lipid complex mitochondrial associations, all these things. Sir, your insightful presentation enlightened us all and will undoubtedly inspire further exploration and understanding the realm of sciences. We are truly grateful for your time and contribution. Thank you for giving this wonderful lecture, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. And I also came from my hometown is Nanjal in Karnal district. So I also came from a village, and I also studied until my degree Telugu medium. So after that, I did my postdoc and my MSc in Krishnadevara University, and then PhD from Central University. So what I suggest is people like you actually real inspirators for the most population. Say a lot of population study at this college level. So only Central Universities, only few people, elite people come. Like urban centers, only we see the students, but mostly rural centers and all depending on you people. So you are the real pillars. I feel that in building the next generation scientists. So I hope that my talk is good and inspirational, and I will always be available If you have any doubts and any questions, or if you want to have any research activities at the minor level or major level, I will be happy to guide you. And I know the problems in the state universities, state colleges, but I would be happy to help you. And once again, thanks for giving me this opportunity. It's my pleasure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We definitely collaborate with you, sir. We will come back to you whenever we are in need of suggestions and proposals, whatever you can be. On behalf of our College of Education and our NRCs across the state, we profusely thank you once again, sir. Even though you are dealing with the road problem, you came all the way and presented the presentation in a nice, wonderful manner, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much from all the NRCs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Hopefully, I will see in sometimes in person too, if I have time. Okay.
Sir,
See you.
bye, sir.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Professor Nareshji, for coming and delivering a top lecture to our audience. Maybe this time for tea break. Can I take 10 minutes of your time, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Still time is there, sir. You can proceed, sir.
Yeah, please. Thank you. Sir, here is a good news for you all, for all of us, for particularly the faculty. With your contribution, we received a Scotch Award for gross academic year on digital initiatives. And luckily, there is another Scotch Award on the way for us. And maybe on 20th of this month, we are going to present for another Scotch Award for this academic year. And this is purely related to the teachers like us. And as we are arranging so many trainings, ranging from knowledge resource persons at the apex level, master trainers, and TOTs. This was recognized by the Scotch organization, and they asked us, to apply for this. This is actually on higher education, the MMTTC is there. That is Mission Malavia Teachers Training Centers. And among all HRDs, that is earlier it is called as HRD in universities. So now, sir, what's not that valid? Now, actually, we are submitting the proposal in the name of capacity building programs or faculty development program, covering all our faculty, that is 4,300 faculty are there. And there is no faculty left untrained. So there are around 300 knowledge resource persons, otherwise as called as key resource persons. And there are 200 master trainers and 4,300 TOTs are there. And we covered every subject, whether it is a skill enhancement course or skill development course or the single major course. Every subject we have covered so far. So with all this data we have submitted for this Scotch Award. So in this connection, maybe after this presentation, we are going to present on 20th of this month. Maybe again, once again, there will be voting, popular voting will be there. And I request all our teachers, please motivate your students and also give your vote so that again, this year, last year we got gold, this year we are planning for platinum with all your support. This is one good news I want to announce. And the reason behind these awards are only our teachers. So once again, kudos to all our teachers. Just a minute, give me a moment. I will ask our commissioner, he is in another meeting. He is free, he can deliver top 10 minutes. Thank you.
NRC Srikakulam, please respond, sir. ప్రదీప్ సార్ గుడ్ ఈవినింగ్ సార్.
సార్ గుడ్ ఈవినింగ్ సార్.
సార్ ఒకసారి మన పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ అందరి చేత ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ లింక్స్ చేయించాను సార్.
ఆల్రెడీ షేర్ చేశాను సార్. ఆల్రెడీ చెప్పేప్పుడే చేయిస్తాను సార్ నేను.
మళ్ళీ ఏం కావాలి 11 ఒకసారి పెడతాను. ఇవాళ సెషన్ కూడా 2 పెట్టాను సార్.
ఓకే సార్.
అవన్నీ వస్తేనే వీఆర్ 233 ఆల్ across all NRCs.
Yes sir.
But the feedback is only 60 to 70. 60 నుంచి 70 మంది చేశారు. I request all the TRPs of all NRCs.
శ్రీనివాస్ సార్
చెప్పండి సార్.
సార్ మీరు పెట్టే ముందే మేము ఒక గూగుల్ ఫామ్ లో ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ రెడీ చేసుకొని అలా కంటిన్యూ అయిపోయాం సార్. మా వరకు అయితే ఫిల్ చేసేసాం సార్.
డూ వన్ థింగ్ రెడ్డి గారు, ఒకసారి నమోదు రెడ్డి గారు ఏం చేస్తారంటే మీరు చేసింది ఒకసారి నాకు అవుట్పుట్ ఒకసారి లింక్ షేర్ చేయండి సార్.
ఓకే సార్.
గూగుల్ ఫామ్ అయినా కావచ్చు లేదు.
ఓకే సార్.
సార్ వాలిడేటర్ సార్ జువాలజీ బయోటెక్నాలజీ బ్యాక్ సార్ జస్ట్ ఏ మూమెంట్ కమిషనర్ గారు అయిపోయింది ఇవాళ అయిపోయింది సార్ జువాలజీ బయోటెక్నాలజీ ఇది సార్ టీఓటీ సార్ టీఓటీస్ సార్ జస్ట్ నైన్ ఎన్ఆర్సీస్ సార్ జువాలజీ
బయోటెక్నాలజీ ఉన్న సింగిల్ మేజర్ సిస్టమ్ 23-24 అకాడమిక్ ఇయర్ నుంచి ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేసిన తర్వాత టోటల్ గా కరికులంలో చాలా చేంజెస్ వచ్చాయి. మీ అందరికీ తెలిసిందే, బీయింగ్ ఫ్యాకల్టీ మెంబర్స్, కరికులం విల్ డిసైడ్ ది డెస్టినీ ఆఫ్ ది స్టూడెంట్స్. యాజ్ ఆర్ నౌ మన కరికులం చూసిన పక్షంలో నాకు తెలిసి గ్రాడ్యుయేషన్ లెవెల్లో ఇట్ ఈస్ ద బెస్ట్ డిజైన్. ఒక సింగిల్ మేజర్ సబ్జెక్ట్ ఉంది, ఒక మైనర్ సబ్జెక్ట్ ఉంది, మల్టీ డిసిప్లినరీ కోర్సెస్ ఉన్నాయి, స్కిల్ ఎన్హాన్స్మెంట్ కోర్సెస్ ఉన్నాయి, ఇంటర్న్షిప్స్ ఉన్నాయి. సో వీటన్నిటి ద్వారా మనం కంపల్సరీగా ఒక స్టూడెంట్ని ఆల్రౌండ్లో మనం డెవలప్ చేసి గ్రాడ్యుయేట్స్గా బయటికి పంపితే తప్పకుండా ఉద్యోగ అవకాశాలు కానీ, ఉపాధి అవకాశాలు కానీ, లేదు ఒక ఎంటర్ప్రినర్గా తయారవ్వాలన్నా కూడా బాగా ఉపయోగపడుతుందండి. అయితే ఈ రివైజ్డ్ కరికులం డిజైన్ని ఎవరి ద్వారా స్టూడెంట్కి చేరుతుంది? లెక్చరర్స్ ద్వారా స్టూడెంట్కి చేరుతుంది. కాబట్టి మన గవర్నమెంట్ డిగ్రీ కాలేజెస్లో పనిచేస్తున్న ఫ్యాకల్టీ అందరూ కూడా ఈ రివైజ్ అయినటువంటి ఈ కరికులాన్ని పిల్లలకి ఏ రకంగా ఇన్కల్కేట్ చేయాలనేది చాలా ముఖ్యం. ఇంతకుముందు మనం 3 మేజర్ సిస్టంలో 3 సంవత్సరాలు పొడుగునా సంబంధించి లాంగ్వేజ్తో పాటు మనం పిల్లల్ని తయారు చేసి బయటికి పంపేవాళ్ళం. దాంట్లో ఈ మల్టీ డిసిప్లినరీ అనే విషయం కానీ, స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ అనే విషయం కానీ, ఇంటర్న్షిప్స్ అనే విషయం కానీ అసలు లేవు. ఇప్పుడు ఈ 3 సంవత్సరాల పరిధిలోనే ఇవన్నీ కూడా మనము ఇంటిగ్రేట్ చేశాం. కాబట్టి లెక్చరర్స్ అందరూ కూడా మేము ఈ రెస్పెక్టివ్ సబ్జెక్ట్ సంబంధించి కూడా గతంలో 3 మేజర్లో 7 పేపర్స్ మాత్రమే మీరు సబ్జెక్ట్ వారిగా టీచ్ చేసేవాడు. సింగిల్ మేజర్ వచ్చినాక ఇప్పుడు 14 పేపర్స్ మీరు మేజర్ కింద సేమ్ సబ్జెక్టు టీచ్ చేయాలి. కాబట్టి సిలబస్ ఎన్హాన్స్ అయింది. అట్లాగే మైనర్కి 7 పేపర్స్ చెప్పాలి. కాబట్టి టోటల్గా ఒక సబ్జెక్ట్ని నేను యూనిట్గా తీసుకుంటే 21 పేపర్స్ అంటే 7 పేపర్స్ నుంచి 3 ఫోల్డ్ 21 పేపర్స్ ఇప్పుడు మీరు చేయాలి. సో ఈ బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్లో లెక్చర్స్ అందరినీ కూడా సమాయత్తం చేయాలన్నటువంటి లక్ష్యంతో ఈ ఫ్యాకల్టీ డెవలప్మెంట్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ టేకప్ చేస్తాము. అట్లాగే దీన్ని ఏదో రొటీన్గా మన యూనివర్సిటీల ద్వారా కానీ లేదా మన కాలేజెస్లో కొంతమందిని రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్స్గా ఐడెంటిఫై చేసుకొని మనమే వాళ్లకు మీకు ట్రైనింగ్ ఇచ్చే విధంగా ఏర్పాటు చేస్తే నా ఉద్దేశంలో పెద్దగా మార్పు ఉండదని, ఇంపాక్ట్ కూడా ఉండదని. సో దాంతో ఈ సిలబస్ అంతా కూడా స్టడీ చేసిన తర్వాత ఇది ఈ పర్టికులర్ విషయంలో ఈ ఫ్యాకల్టీ డెవలప్మెంట్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ అన్ని ప్రత్యేకంగా పరిగణించి ఎవరి ద్వారా చేస్తే మన లెక్చర్ లక్ష్యంతో దాన్ని మనం ఆ రకంగా ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్ జరుగుతుంది. సో అందు గురించే మన సబ్జెక్ట్స్ అన్ని కూడా 2 విభాగాలుగా విడగొట్టి దాంట్లో సైన్స్ సబ్జెక్ట్స్ అన్నిటినీ కూడా హైదరాబాద్ సెంట్రల్ యూనివర్సిటీ ద్వారా, అట్లాగే ఆర్ట్స్ ప్లస్ కంప్యూటర్ సైన్స్ సబ్జెక్ట్స్ జేఎన్యూ ద్వారా ఢిల్లీ చేస్తే బాగుంటుంది. మరి ప్రత్యేకంగా ఈ 2 యూనివర్సిటీస్ లో కూడా మరి ఈ ఫ్యాకల్టీ డెవలప్మెంట్ మీద ఫోకస్ గా పనిచేయడానికి ప్రత్యేకంగా వాళ్ళు మౌలానా అబ్దుల్ కలాం ఆజాద్, దాని పేరు ఏంటిది, మాలవ్య, సారీ. సో మాలవ్య మిషన్ టీచర్స్ అండ్ టీచింగ్, ఆన్ టీచర్స్ అండ్ టీచింగ్. సో ప్రత్యేకంగా సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ యూనివర్సిటీస్ లో ఒక మెకానిజం ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ చేశారు. టీచర్స్ ని టీచింగ్ లో అప్డేట్ అవ్వాలని, ముఖ్యంగా సబ్జెక్టు రిఫ్రెష్ చేసుకునే విషయంలో కానీ, రెండోది పెడగాజికల్ ఆస్పెక్ట్స్ లో కానీ, మూడోది మీ సబ్జెక్ట్స్ లో రీసెర్చ్ పబ్లికేషన్ ఎట్లా ప్రమోషన్ చేసుకోవాలనే చాలా విషయాల పట్ల ఈ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్స్ పక్కాగా మనకు మ్యాచ్ అయినాయి. సో దాన్ని గుర్తించి మనం హైదరాబాద్ సెంట్రల్ యూనివర్సిటీ, అట్లాగే జవహర్లాల్ నెహ్రూ యూనివర్సిటీ, ఈ రెండింటిని మనం పరిగణలోకి తీసుకొని ఎంఓఏ అయింది. దాంట్లో మన రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్స్ ని వాళ్ళు ట్రైనింగ్ చేసి ఇంటర్న్ ఈ రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్స్ ద్వారా మన లెక్చరర్స్ అందరికీ ట్రైనింగ్ ఇస్తే ఇంపాక్ట్ అంత పూర్తిగా ఉండదేమో అన్న ఉద్దేశంతో ఈ వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ సిద్ధార్థ్ తో కూడా పర్సనల్ గా మాట్లాడడం జరిగింది. ఏమని అంటే, ఇట్లా మేము 6 రోజులు ట్రైనింగ్ ప్లాన్ చేశాము ఎన్ఆర్సి లెవెల్లో, మా రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్స్ తో పాటు మంగపతిరావు గారు, సరే సరే, నాకు జీతం రాదు, 100% టికెట్ గ్రాంటెడ్. ఆహా, సరే మీరు సబ్సిక్వెంట్ గా ఇవ్వండి, ఇది రొటీన్ గా. ఈ లోపల ఏప్రిల్ జీతం అంటే 1 నెల 2 నెలలు ఆగుతుంది జీతం, అంతే కదా. సరేలే, నేనేం చేస్తాను, మీరు గవర్నమెంట్ ఇస్తే బట్ ఐ హావ్ టు ఆనర్, అంతే కదా. ఏముంది, రైట్ రైట్. సో జేఎన్యూ హైదరాబాద్ సెంట్రల్ యూనివర్సిటీ ద్వారా కేవలం మన ట్రైనర్స్ ని, అంటే ట్రైనర్ ట్రైనింగ్ లాగా కాకుండా, అని ఈ 6 రోజులు ఏదైతే ఎన్ఆర్సీ లెవెల్లో మీ అందరికీ సెషన్ ప్లాన్ తయారు చేశామో, కంపల్సరీగా రోజువారీగా ఒక సెషన్ 2 అవర్స్ పూర్తిగా ఆ రెస్పెక్టివ్ వాళ్ళు కూడా తీసుకోవాలని చెప్పి రిక్వెస్ట్ చేసిన మీద దానికి వాళ్ళు ఒప్పుకున్నారు. చాలా సంతోషం. ఎందుకంటే వాళ్ళు మీరు ఇట్లా అడగడం గొప్ప విషయం సార్. చాలా మంది మమ్మల్ని ఎవరిని అడగటం లేదన్నమాట. సో మనందరం ఎట్లా ఉన్నామంటే, ఏదో అంటారు చూడు సామెత, అంగట్లో అన్ని ఉన్నాయి అల్లు నోట్లో శని అని. ఆపర్చునిటీస్ మన ముందున్నా సరే వాటిని ఎలా ఉపయోగించుకోవాలనే ప్రయత్నం చేయకుండా మనం అంతా అట్లా ఉండిపోయాం. సో ఇది దీని వెనక కాబట్టి మీరు 6 రోజుల పాటు ట్రైనింగ్ తీసుకున్నారు, నేను ముఖాల్లో చూడాలి. నేను అదే విషయం చెప్తుంటా. సో లెక్చరర్స్ ఎవరు కూడా ట్రైనింగ్ అయిన తర్వాత బ్లాక్ హోల్స్ గా యాక్ట్ చేయకూడదు. బ్లాక్ హోల్ తెలుసు కదా, బ్లాక్ హోల్ క్యారెక్టరిస్టిక్ ఏమి దేనైనా అబ్జర్వ్ చేసుకుంటుంది, ఏమి అది రిఫ్లెక్ట్ చేయదు, ఎమిట్ చేయదు అనమాట. సో అట్లాగే లెక్చరర్స్ అందరూ కూడా ఇట్లా ఎండిపి ద్వారా మీరు కొత్తగా తెలుసుకున్నటువంటి విషయాలు, కొత్తగా నేర్చుకున్నటువంటి విషయాలు స్టూడెంట్కి అవి ట్రాన్స్మిట్ అవ్వాలి. అదర్వైజ్ పర్పస్ ఆఫ్ ది ఎండిపి ఈజ్ విషియేటెడ్. ది మనీ వీఆర్ స్పెండింగ్ ఇస్ బెస్ట్. అందరూ కూడా తిరిగి ఇక్కడ ఏవైతే ఈ ట్రైనింగ్ లో మీరు నేర్చుకున్నారో వాటన్నిటిని కూడా అప్లై చేసి ద బెస్ట్ వేలో మీ రెస్పెక్టివ్ సబ్జెక్ట్ ని పిల్లలకు చెప్పాలి. నెక్స్ట్ 24-25 సంవత్సరంలో మన ఈ సింగిల్ మేజర్ సిస్టమ్ లో ఒక మార్పు జరిగింది అని పిల్లల ద్వారానే, అంటే ఎవరైతే ఇప్పుడు ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ లో ఉన్నారో ఆ పిల్లల ద్వారా సమాజానికి వెళ్ళాలి ఒక సందేశం. అది గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాలని చెప్పి మీకు అందరికీ ఈ సందర్భంగా తెలియజేస్తున్నా. తర్వాత ఆల్ ఫ్యాకల్టీ మెంబర్స్, నేను పదే చెప్తున్నా, 2 పారామీటర్స్ అంటే NAC పారామీటర్స్ 7 ఉన్నాయి. ఆ 7లో ఏ కాలేజ్ తీసుకున్నా 2 పారామీటర్స్ లో మనం వీక్ గా ఉన్నాం. దాంట్లో నెంబర్ 1 ఏంటంటే రీసెర్చ్ అండ్ డెవలప్మెంట్ యాక్టివిటీస్. పిల్లల్లో రీసెర్చ్ ఎలా ప్రమోట్ చేయాలా, మీరు కూడా పబ్లికేషన్స్ కానీ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ సంపాదించే విషయంలో కానీ లేదా పేటెంట్స్ ఏదైనా సాధించే విషయంలో కానీ పని చేయాలని చెప్పి కోరుకుంటున్నాం. సో అట్లాగే రెండోది మనం వీక్ గా ఉన్నటువంటి పారామీటర్ ఏంటంటే గవర్నెన్స్ అండ్ లీడర్షిప్. అంటే ప్రిన్సిపాల్స్ వాళ్ళ కాలేజీకి సరైనటువంటి నాయకత్వం ఇవ్వలేనటువంటి పరిస్థితుల్లో ఉన్నారు. ఫ్యాకల్టీ దారి ఒక రకంగా, నాన్ టీచింగ్ స్టాఫ్ ఒక రకంగా, స్టూడెంట్స్ దారి స్టూడెంట్. ఈ రకంగా ఎవరికి వారు యమునా తీరులో అందరూ కూడా నాన్ కమిటల్ గా ఉన్నారు. మీరు అందరూ గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, మీరు ప్రభుత్వంలో భాగమయ్యారు, ప్రభుత్వ పరంగా సిఏ స్కేల్ తీసుకుంటున్నారు. దానికి ప్రతిఫలంగా గ్రాటిట్యూడ్ అనేది చాలా ముఖ్యం. మీరు మీ కుటుంబాలు, మీరు లెక్చరర్గా జాబ్ వచ్చినందువల్ల ఇబ్బందికర పరిస్థితులు లేకుండా మన పిల్లల్ని మనం బాగా చూసుకునే విధంగా మనకు అవకాశం కల్పించింది. చాలామంది మీలాగా పిహెచ్డీలు చేసి ఇంకా మీకంటే హై లెవెల్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్లో చదివి జాబ్ లేకుండా ఎంతోమంది ఉన్నారు. ఆ రకంగా మీరు అదృష్టవంతులు. పబ్లిక్ సర్వీస్ కమిషన్ ద్వారా కావచ్చు, లేదా ఇతర మెథడ్ ద్వారా కావచ్చు, మొత్తం మీద ఈ రోజున మన కాలేజ్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్లో మీరు పనిచేస్తున్నారు. కాబట్టి ఎవరు కూడా ఇక్కడ స్వచ్ఛందంగా ఏమి సేవ చేయట్లేదు. మనం అంతా మనం జీతం తీసుకుంటున్నాం, దానికి తగ్గట్టుగా ప్రతిఫలంగా మనం పని చేయాలి. సో అందువల్ల మీరు రొటీన్గా తీసుకోకుండా, నాన్ కమిటల్గా తీసుకోకుండా, ఏదైతే ఇప్పుడు లెక్చరర్గా ఒక రివైజర్ రోల్ అండ్ రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ వచ్చిందనే విషయం గుర్తెరగండి. గతంలో కేవలం పాఠాలు చెప్పేదానికే పరిమితం అయ్యారు. ఇప్పుడు అట్లా కాకుండా మీ కాలేజీ, ఈ కాలేజీ మంది, ప్రిన్సిపాల్, లెక్చరర్ అందరూ కూడా ఈ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ మంది, దీన్ని నడుపుకునే బాధ్యత మన మీద ఉంది. అట్లాగే మరి ఎన్రోల్మెంట్ మొదలుకొని ఆ తర్వాత క్వాలిటీ విషయంలో కానీ, ఫ్యూచర్ రెడీనెస్ విషయంలో కానీ కాలేజ్ అంతా కూడా ఒక టీమ్ లాగా పనిచేసి స్టూడెంట్స్తో మంచి రిలేషన్షిప్స్ మెయింటైన్ చేస్తూ అందరినీ వాళ్ళ భవిష్యత్తు బాగుండాలని చెప్పి మీరందరూ ఆకాంక్షిస్తూ అందరూ పనిచేయాలని చెప్పి నేను కోరుకుంటున్నా. ఈ దిశగానే కాలేజ్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ నడపడానికి నాకున్న శక్తి సామర్థ్యాన్ని అంతా కూడా ఈ సందర్భంగా వినియోగిస్తున్నానని మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. అది మీరు చూస్తున్నారు కూడా. అట్లాగే ఈ రీసెర్చ్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ సంబంధించి ఈ 2 ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్ వాళ్ళతోటి నేను MOU కూడా తీసుకోబోతున్నా, అంటే అప్రైజల్ చేయడానికి. ఆల్ లెక్చరర్స్ మీరు ఎవరైనా సరే మీ రెస్పెక్టివ్ సబ్జెక్ట్ సంబంధించి మీరు ఏదైనా ఒక రీసెర్చ్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ సబ్మిట్ చేస్తే, ఇప్పుడు ఎట్లయితే లెక్చరర్స్ అందరినీ విడగొట్టామో, సైన్స్ సబ్జెక్ట్స్ అన్ని హైదరాబాద్ సెంట్రల్ యూనివర్సిటీ, ఆర్ట్స్, కామర్స్, ఆ తర్వాత కంప్యూటర్ సైన్స్ JNUకి అప్పచెప్పామో, అదే విధంగా ఈ రీసెర్చ్ దాన్ని బట్టి ఇది వ్యాలిడేట్ చేస్తారో వాటికి ఫైనాన్షియల్ అసిస్టెన్స్ సమకూర్చే విషయంలో కూడా కాలేజ్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ లో ఒక సపరేట్ అరేంజ్మెంట్ చేస్తున్నారు. అట్లాగే ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ సెంటర్స్ కూడా NRC లెవెల్లో సెకండ్ పేజ్కి, ఫస్ట్ పేజ్లో S12 13 డిస్ట్రిక్ట్స్ లో ఒకటి పెట్టే విధంగా కూడా ప్లాన్ చేస్తున్నాం. ఈ రీసెర్చ్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ సెంటర్ వల్ల పిల్లల్లో కానీ లెక్చరర్స్లో కానీ వివిధ రకాల ఫీల్డ్స్లో రీసెర్చ్ మనం ఎట్లా ప్రమోట్ చేయాలనే దాని మీద ఒక ప్లాన్ ఆఫ్ యాక్షన్ 24-25 అకాడమిక్ ఇయర్ నుంచి కూడా ఉంటుందని ఈ సందర్భంగా తెలియజేస్తున్నా. అట్లాగే నాగార్జున యూనివర్సిటీ ద్వారా ట్రూసా కింద 50 కోట్లు బడ్జెట్ ఉంది. ఒక డిపిఆర్ చేసి పంపించండి. దాంట్లో వాళ్ళు నాగార్జున యూనివర్సిటీ వాళ్ళు అన్ని యూనివర్సిటీ పరిధిలో ఉన్నటువంటి కాలేజెస్ లో పనిచేసే ఈ ఫ్యాకల్టీకి అందరి ద్వారా మరి రీసెర్చ్ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ ప్రపోజల్స్ అన్ని కూడా తెప్పించి స్కూటీ చేసి రెడీ పెట్టున్నారు. అయితే గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా అడ్వాన్స్ గా ఈ 50 crores అగనెస్ట్ గా 7.5 crores రిలీజ్ చేసి ఉంది. సరే ఇటీవల ఒక ఐడియా వచ్చింది. ఈ రకంగా ఈ 7.5 crores ని ఈ రీసెర్చ్ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ టోటల్ 50 కోట్ల ప్రాజెక్ట్ లో ఎంత కంపోనెంట్ ఉంది చేసి 7.5 కోట్లలో కొన్ని ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ ను శాంక్షన్ చేయడానికి తొందరలో చర్యలు తీసుకుంటున్నానని చెప్పి సందర్భంగా మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. దాని ద్వారా ఎవరైనా సరే రెస్పెక్టివ్ యూనివర్సిటీ పరిధిలో లెక్చరర్స్ రీసెర్చ్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ సబ్మిట్ చేసి ఉంటే ఆంధ్ర యూనివర్సిటీలో మీరు కూడా రీసెర్చ్ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ చేసేదానికి అవకాశం ఏర్పడుతుంది. సో ఈ బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్ లో మన కాలేజ్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ లో మీ అందరూ కూడా ఒక మంచి లెక్చరర్ గా పనిచేయాలని, ఏదైతే ట్రైనింగ్ ద్వారా మీరు పొందినటువంటి ఎక్స్పర్టైజ్ ఉందో అది స్టూడెంట్ ఫేస్ లో రిఫ్లెక్ట్ అవ్వాలని, మనం ఏదైతే ఈ కరికులం డిజైన్ ప్రకారం కొత్తగా ఈ కోర్సులన్నీ మనం పెట్టామో పిల్లల్ని బాగు చేయడానికి, వీటన్నిటినీ కూడా కొత్త పంథాలో మనం పిల్లలకి అందరికీ నేర్పించాలి. ఏది కూడా లైట్ గా తీసుకోవద్దు. ఇంటర్న్షిప్స్ ఆ విషయంలో మీరు మెంటర్గా యాక్ట్ చేస్తున్నారు. స్కిల్ ఎన్హాన్స్మెంట్ కోర్సెస్ ఆల్రెడీ దీని మీద లాస్ట్ అకాడమిక్ ఇయర్ లో ఫోకస్ పెట్టి దానికి సంబంధించిన కంటెంట్ జనరేట్ చేయడం కానీ, మీకు అందరికీ ట్రైనింగ్ ఇవ్వడం కానీ, టెక్స్ట్ బుక్స్ కూడా కొన్ని ప్రింట్ చేసి అందుబాటులో పెట్టడం జరిగింది. కాబట్టి ఆ ఫ్యాకల్టీ స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ అయింది. ఆ తర్వాత ఇప్పుడు సింగిల్ మేజర్ సిస్టమ్ వచ్చాక ఇంకా కొద్దిగా కరికులంలో చేంజ్ వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఇప్పుడు మళ్ళీ ఎఫ్డిపి మొదలు పెట్టాము. సో ఇంకా మల్టీ డిసిప్లినరీ కోర్సెస్ అనేది దీంట్లో నాకేం పెద్దగా కనిపించట్లే. వాళ్ళు సైన్స్ కాన్సెప్ట్స్, సైన్స్ వాళ్ళు ఆర్ట్స్ అండ్ కామర్స్ కాన్సెప్ట్స్, అది రొటీన్ గా ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి దాని మీద నేనేం అంత దృష్టి పెట్టలేదు. బట్ ఏదేమైనప్పటికీ ఇంకా భవిష్యత్తులో ఫ్యాకల్టీ డెవలప్మెంట్ అనేది ఉంటుంది. అట్లాగే ఇంగ్లీష్ మీద కూడా దృష్టి పెట్టామని చెప్పి మీకు ఈ సందర్భంగా తెలియజేస్తున్నా. 3rd సెమిస్టర్ 4th సెమిస్టర్ లో కమిషనరేట్ లెవెల్లోనే అట్లెంగ్త్ డిస్కస్ చేసి 2 కోర్సులు మనమే ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేస్తున్నాము. ఈ 2 కోర్సులని టెస్ట్ చేసి సర్టిఫికేట్ ఇవ్వడానికి 5th సెమిస్టర్ లో ఒక టెస్టింగ్ ఏజెన్సీని కూడా ఫైనల్ చేస్తున్నాము. మోరార్లెస్ ఇఫ్లు మనం ఎంఓయూ తీసుకుని మన ఇంగ్లీష్ లెక్చర్స్ అందరినీ కూడా ఈ 2 పేపర్ల మీద వాళ్ళకు ట్రైనింగ్ ఇవ్వడమే కాకుండా టెస్టింగ్ ఎలా చేయాలనే దాని మీద కూడా ఒక ఏర్పాటు జరుగుతుంది. సో 24-25 అకాడమిక్ ఇయర్ లో ఇంగ్లీష్ ప్రొఫిషియన్సీ మీద కూడా 2 పేపర్లు అదనంగా యాడ్ అవుతాయి. సో ఈ రకంగా అన్ని రకాలుగా పిల్లల్ని తయారు చేసి మనం బయటికి పంపితే వాళ్ళు మంచి గ్రాడ్యుయేట్స్కి ఎలా ఉంటారని, అట్లాగే 6 కాలేజెస్ లో ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేయాలన్న ధ్యేయంతో మరి ఆ సిస్టమ్ కూడా ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ చేశాము. నెక్స్ట్ ఇంకో 10 కాలేజీలు ఇట్లా పేజ్డ్ మేనర్ లో 50 కాలేజెస్ లో మనం టీచింగ్ లెర్నింగ్ ప్రాసెస్ లో వర్చువల్ రియాలిటీ ద్వారా ఫిజిక్స్, కెమిస్ట్రీ, బాటనీ, జువాలజీ 4 సబ్జెక్టులకు సంబంధించి ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేస్తున్నాము. అట్లాగే ఎన్ఆర్సీలో ఒక ఇంటరాక్టివ్ బోర్డు కూడా ప్రతి దగ్గర సెటప్ చేయడానికి చర్యలు తీసుకుంటున్నాం. సో దానివల్ల ఇంకొద్దిగా ఎఫ్డిపి దగ్గర మీకు ఇంకా ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ గా ఉంటుందని చెప్పి నమ్ముతున్నా. అట్లాగే ఎల్ఎంఎస్ రికార్డింగ్ స్టూడియోస్ కూడా 11 ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ చేస్తున్నాము ఫస్ట్ పేజీలో. అవన్నీ కూడా ఇప్పుడు ఆల్రెడీ విశాఖపట్నం అయిపోయింది, విజయవాడ అయిపోయింది, మరి కాకినాడ, రాజమండ్రి, తణుకు ఈ 3 కూడా పైప్ లైన్ లో ఉన్నాయి. ఇవే కాకుండా గుంటూరు కూడా గుంటూరు టోటల్ తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. మీతో బికాస్ లెక్చరర్స్ అందరితో డైరెక్ట్ గా కాలేజీకి వచ్చినప్పుడే మాట్లాడడానికి వీలు అవుతుంది. మీరందరూ ఇప్పుడు డైరెక్ట్ గా ఉన్నారని ఏవైతే నేను ప్రయారిటీగా చేస్తున్నానో ఆ అంశాలన్నీ మీతో షేర్ చేసుకుంటే మీకు అర్థమవుతుంది మా కాలేజ్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఏ దిశగా ప్రయాణం చేస్తుంది అనేది చెప్పాను. సో వన్స్ అగైన్ సో ద ఇంపాక్ట్ షుడ్ బి రిఫ్లెక్టెడ్ ఆన్ ది ఫేసెస్ ఆఫ్ ది స్టూడెంట్స్. కీప్ దట్ ఇన్ మైండ్. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ వన్స్ అగైన్.
సార్ మీ సమక్షంలో స్మాల్ అనౌన్స్మెంట్. మీకు అందరికీ స్మాల్ అనౌన్స్మెంట్ అండి. ఆల్రెడీ మీ ద్వారా మనం డిజిటల్ ఇంక్లూజన్ లో స్కాచ్ అవార్డు వచ్చింది, గోల్డ్ వచ్చింది. ఇప్పుడు ఈ ఫ్యాకల్టీ డెవలప్మెంట్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ మీద మనకి 28th కమిషనర్ గారు ప్రెజెంటేషన్ ఇస్తారు. 100% ప్లాట్ సో మీ ఓట్ మోటివేషన్ in connection with faculty development programs. మనం పర్సన్స్, మాస్టర్ ట్రైనర్స్, అనుకుంటున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ ఫర్ ఆల్ యువర్ సపోర్ట్. Thank you all of you for your patience and patient listening. Now I request all the respective NRC principals, program coordinators and key resource persons మీ లెవెల్లో మీ దగ్గర వ్యాలిడ్ అరేంజ్ చేసుకోండి. సార్ నేను సైన్ ఆఫ్ అవ్వచ్చు కదా?
ఓకే సార్,
థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all teachers for your kind support and cooperation all these 5 days. All the teachers, including participants, ARPs, program coordinators, JKC mentors, and also principals. Thank you very much.
On behalf of all the NRCs, we profusely thank you, sir. Since you are a zoology faculty, you gave a free hand to all of us, so that we have designed a program such that it is beneficial to all the faculty members across the sir. Once again, on behalf of all the participants of all the NRCs, we profusely thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
ఇస్తా అన్నారు, అది ట్రై చేయండి. థ్యాంక్ యూ. సో దీన్ని స్టాప్ చేస్తాం సార్. ఇంకా మీరు మీ లెవెల్లో మీరు కండక్ట్ చేసుకోండి ఫిజికల్. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Okay, sir. Thank you.